just go right up?
Get up there, man.
Get up there and go. All right. Good morning and welcome to Helium House, New York. Let's wake up. Come on. There we go. It's late in the morning. Everybody had their coffee. Good morning. Welcome. I'm Scott Siegel from the Helium Foundation. We got an absolutely amazing program ahead today. First, I just want to say thanks for spending the day with us, especially the folks that came in from out of town. Really appreciate you coming in, joining us in the community. New York is my home. I am a local, so if I could do anything to make your stay more comfortable, strong opinions on pizza, pastrami, bagels, please come find me. I'm here for you. So we got an absolutely wonderful day ahead. We're going to have some amazing talks about scalability, use cases. We're going to talk about developments on the LoRaWAN side of things that are happening on the cellular side. So really fantastic chats. Overall, it's really just nice to see the community together again. It's our second time this year since Austin. So please make some friends, catch up with some old friends. We got a really amazing dynamic cross-section of the community here today. So we got our IoT folks, radio folks, crypto developers, folks I know who are chomping at the bit for all things cellular. So please make your way around, visit some folks at the booth, look for some Helium shirts, some Nova shirts. But in general, we're all here to build this network together. So thank you all very much for coming out. Without further ado, I want to bring up the founder of the Helium Network and CEO of Nova Labs, Amir Haleem. Come on up.
Hello, sir. Oh no, my clicker isn't working. There we go. Good to see you all. Thank you all for coming. Oh goodness, we've jumped ahead a whole bunch of slides. We'll try and go back. Hello. Thank you all for coming out. For those of you that were in Austin, it's great to see you again. Always great to see the community out here in force. I'm always blown away by how many people are involved in Helium, and today appears to be no exception. I'm Amir, the CEO of Nova Labs. It was formerly Helium Systems, Inc., and I wanted to talk to you about some cool things that are going on today. So first of all, I wanted to give a little bit of background about the Helium network and Helium as a company to some degree back in the day. We set out almost a decade ago to build a ubiquitous wireless network. That was our mission objective at the time. We didn't really know the best approach to solving this problem. We just knew that it was a problem that needed to be solved. You had all kinds of applications and use cases, the cat, I guess, is a pet tracker. But we were trying to figure out what was the best way to build a wireless network that served these kinds of applications that wouldn't really work on cellular, wouldn't work on Wi-Fi, wouldn't work on Bluetooth for a whole bunch of different reasons. So 10 years ago, we embarked on a mission to build a ubiquitous wireless network. It wasn't until several years into our journey that we hit upon the idea of trying to share this idea with the community. Rather than build the network ourselves and try and own it ourselves and try and charge people to use it that way, it would be better if we shared it with the community and allowed people to build the network and made it grow that way effectively. So this was kind of the start, the genesis, if you wanted to call it, of the original version of Helium, which was you had hotspots, you had users of the network, and people built the network. I think everyone knows, this has become known as the People's Network. And really, it's been remarkable to see how this has progressed. I think I'm hoping, who here doesn't have a hotspot, by the way? See some hands. You don't have a hotspot. All right, we'll get you one. I think everyone here is pretty familiar with what a hotspot is. Everyone understands how they work, what they do. But to see the growth of the network has been kind of remarkable. So I wish we had a picture of the map actually in the early days, but we now have almost 1 million hotspots across the globe, which to me is just absolutely mind-blowing. We started this with 150 hotspots in Austin, and just within 3 years we're at almost 1 million worldwide. I'm going to get the numbers wrong, but I think it's 65 or 70,000 cities. It's 150 countries. I think almost every country has a hotspot in it. And I was told, where's Dave Akers in the community? He's here somewhere. He told me that every month roughly 10,000 cities move data across the network, which I think is also an incredible statistic. So really thanks to all of you for building this network. We certainly couldn't have done any of this without the community involved. These are some of the interesting applications that you probably have heard of or at least know of. So Drone Deck is a company doing drone-assisted package delivery, which to me is one of the most interesting and fascinating use cases there is a bizarre and interesting story that involved Jeff Bezos all the way back when we founded Helium, when they were figuring out how to do this with Amazon. So it's really, really cool to see this come to light now in a real way using the Helium network. M3 Agriculture is using Helium for precision agriculture applications, which, for those of you who aren't familiar with precision ag, it is all about how do I make farming more efficient, right? Like, how do I use less water? How do I grow more crops? And using sensors to do that in a way that you couldn't feasibly do before because it was too expensive is part of the magic that I think Helium has brought. Airly is another one of the early and most interesting applications that we saw on the network, which is air quality monitoring, environmental monitoring. Again, one of these applications that just makes total sense to use a network like Helium. There's still some companies out there driving around cars to monitor air quality, and we think it's probably a better way to just stick a sensor somewhere and have it report data now that there's coverage basically everywhere, at least in the United States and most of Europe. WeatherXM, I think a lot of you guys have heard of. Again, another, like, I think super interesting use case, especially where I live, where there's a lot of fires. Knowing super micro weather data is not something that's been typically available. And so WeatherXM is another super interesting project that also has its own sort of crypto roots, that is also using Helium to be able to provide accurate weather data to its community. These are some of the other companies that, all of these companies I think are here today. So on the other side of this wall, please go and check them out. So there's all sorts of interesting stuff going on, but I strongly recommend everyone goes at least looks at these companies and says hi, and has a sense of what they're up to. I want to talk about the community for a second. So this is the logo of the Helium Vote website for those of you that are familiar with it. The community has been awe-inspiring for us. So there's 160,000 members in our Discord. I don't remember the other statistics, but they're large. I think there's about 100,000 people on Reddit, but I try not to go on Reddit anymore, just for my own self-preservation and sanity. It's rough out there, but it's also a big community. Hello, Redditors. So there's been some super interesting things proposed by the community. Like, one of the things that I think has been the most exciting for me to watch is that people have really contributed most of the ideas that matter in the Helium network. We started out with an idea of what we were trying to do. It was just an idea, right? And what has happened after that is the community has taken this idea and turned it into has presented all sorts of amazing ideas. These numbers are not lottery numbers, or someone I think suggested they were the lost. What were the lost numbers again? I forget what they are. But that's not what these are. These are actually some of the most significant HIPs that have passed through the community in recent times. 39 was the redenomination, which I think was repealed in '67. I don't know who voted for or against that one, but I was always indifferent about it. 51, 2, and 3 we'll talk about in a second. 55, I think, was validator challenges. So all sorts of like super interesting stuff has come really directly from the community. And to me, that's what is the most powerful thing about Helium. The idea of Helium is that the community owns it, the community contributes to it. HIP 70, I'm not going to get a ton into it right this second because there's a whole panel and a whole thing about it later. But HIP 70 is one of the most recent HIPs to be proposed. It is the idea of radically simplifying and changing the architecture of what Helium looks like today. The only thing people seem to care about is the fact that it's going to move to Solana, but it is a much more complicated proposal than that. So I would strongly recommend that everyone here spend some time thinking about what HIP 70 proposes. Try and ignore the part about the L1. Largely doesn't make a huge difference in this scheme of things. Voting ends tomorrow afternoon, or I think tomorrow evening. So go to heliumvote.com and please contribute. I know lots of people think that, you know, there's no point in voting, whales control the vote. It's not the case. Everyone needs to vote. Everyone's vote matters in this scheme. HIP 51 was passed a few months ago and was probably the most significant change to the Helium network that we've had so far. It proposed the idea of multiple token types. So on the left you have the IoT token, and on the right you have the mobile token. And the idea here was that we wanted each type of network to have its own token. It no longer, in our mind, made sense for a singular token to like govern the entire network. IoT users have their own set of requirements, they need their own set of governance. Mobile users have their own set of requirements, they need their own set of governance. Splitting the tokens up this way, to me, was a very genius proposal, came from the Multicoin team, some of our team, very, very happy with how this turned out. But it really set the groundwork for what we're doing next and what the Helium network is going to do next. These are some of the most interesting and exciting, I think, 5G installations. I'm especially a fan of these, like this one on the right, where it's both an IoT and a mobile installation, and there's a whole bunch of those. And to see like what people have done here in terms of building a real-time cellular network is, to me, like absolutely incredible. Again, like twin installations where you have IoT and mobile in the same location. There's a WeatherXM installation here at the same time, and this, I think, is just an example of the power of the community. Like, for a traditional telco to build a network this way is close to impossible. Accessing all of the real estate, doing all the deployments, extremely challenging. So, one of the things that we wanted to talk about today is Nova. And so, a few months ago, we tried to create the split between the Helium network and the community, and Nova as the company that was originally the founding entity. I think everyone knows back in March we announced that we raised a ton of cash, relatively, although in crypto terms really not that much cash anymore, I guess, but seemed like a lot of cash at the time. We've been in complete stealth about what we're doing. I think a lot of people have been speculating about what we're up to, why we're doing it, what comes next, why we raised this money, why the money was raised for equity only, what does it all mean? We're still extremely committed to being the core development team for the Helium network. That's never going to change. We hope that as a result of something like HIP 70, the number of people that can contribute to the network grows. We don't want to be the only core development team that works on this network. We think there are many, many more people that can contribute. It's just hard today because it's written in Erlang, it's very complicated, it's very big, it's messy, it's evolved a lot over 3 years. HIP 70 is an opportunity to reshape that and to allow more people to contribute. But in terms of what Nova's doing, I wanted to play a little video and then step off the stage so that you have some sense of what we're doing next.
Hello, everyone. So, I'm Boris. Amir, thank you for doing a great job introducing me without actually introducing me. Some of you may know me. I, until recently, was the co-founder and CEO at FreedomFi, and we were sort of had the privilege to an extent drive or be part of the Helium 5G journey. A lot of people meeting me in the crowd here asking, okay, well, this acquisition happened, what has changed? Not much has changed. I have a different t-shirt now, but I continue to remain responsible largely for all things Helium 5G, but now at Nova. So, what I wanted to talk about today is the new kind of a big reveal. I know the community has been like making bets and trying to figure out what is it going to be. So what we're doing is we're going to be launching Helium Mobile, which is the world's first crypto carrier. Yay! Come on, yay! Never done before. So what the hell is a crypto carrier? Some of you know that we've been, selling FreedomFi SIM cards. People have been deploying radios, and people have been buying FreedomFi SIM cards, and like you can connect with a SIM card to the radio, but then you walk like 3 blocks away from the radio, and the signal is no longer there, so it's not really like a network. So Helium Mobile is going to be a real nationwide 5G carrier that will provide real voice and data plans for as little as $5 a month. We'll have a lineup of plans starting with, just, hey, you want to play around, $5 a month, all the way to unlimited plans. And I want to spend a couple of minutes talk about like why this concept is unique and how Helium Mobile is different. First and foremost, as you know, and we wanted to thank the community again about doing what I believe to be an outstanding job during this early Genesis period deploying the radios. We have 4,500 hotspots across 1,000 cities, but another important statistic that I think is worth mentioning is that in the last 30 days, I think we've deployed 1,800 of those hotspots. And these numbers might not seem like, astronomically crazy numbers compared to 1 million worldwide LoRa hotspots, but as you know, we are deploying in the CBRS band. And if you look at some of the more mature kind of deployments that exist today, that have initiated as far back as 2.5 years ago, when CBRS band first became available, you would see people that having deployed maybe like 800, 1,000 cells. And these we're talking about some of the carriers, cable operators, stuff like that. So in the last 30 days, we have deployed at least twice the number of cells as the other biggest CBRS installation out there, and the pace is accelerating. So continue doing that. That is extremely important. This is what will allow us to offer superior economics as Helium Mobile, because the biggest problem to small cell deployment is site acquisition, which using our deployment bottoms-up model, we're completely solving for. The other part I want to talk about is that as a crypto carrier, I think we'll have a different relationship with our subscribers, dramatically different from that of a typical operator. We view our subscribers as members of the people's network, as members of the ecosystem that don't simply pay money to get the service, but those that have the opportunity to proactively participate in network creation. I'm not sure that a lot of you have kind of read into the details of how HIP 53 works, but one of the important tenets of it is that we have earmarked certain pool of mobile tokens to be allocated to various operators that join in and participate in the people's network on the mobile side. And the idea behind this allocation is specifically to enable operators to come up with different creative schemes for rewarding the subscribers for being part of the network. I think that kind of a combination of creativity and crypto in general just opens opportunity for unlimited innovation in the space. So think about it this way. It's a common saying that the best investor in any startup is a customer. And that's true, because the customer gives you money, but they also actually use your product. But as a customer of a startup, you oftentimes buy yourself a lot of pain in the ass, but you don't actually get rewarded for anything. So with this system, it's actually possible to reward the initial set of trailblazers that are subscribing to the network and are potentially taking upon themselves the burden of figuring out some of the kinks that may happen with the network. We can be more creative and come up with things like data plans, such as where if you have not used up everything that's allotted for you in your data plan, you get compensated with mobile tokens for the unused data. And you can innovate almost infinitely with a variety of interesting models that both allow us to very quickly grow the network on the demand side, as well as allow the subscribers to actually be the real participants to the network building. So, final important point I wanted to make. We were always very vocal about the use case for the Helium 5G network, that it's actually an offload network. It's not the kind of network that can blanket the US. It's just such other properties of the CBRS band that you cannot build the network using CBRS small cells and create ubiquitous coverage everywhere. For you to have nationwide coverage, you need to have a partnership with a macro operator. And today, we are about to announce this partnership. So I'm very happy to announce that our partnership is with T-Mobile. Yeah! So I would like to welcome Greg Langskoff and a gentleman that needs no introduction, Frank Mong, to moderate a fireside chat, and we can talk about what that means.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Oh, man. Well,
Is that me?
welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you again to the community. And thanks for those watching us on the live stream. Really appreciate all your time in joining us as we celebrate this massive announcement for the entire Helium community. This has been in the works for a while. So what I wanted to do is just ask a few questions and also get a sense of who the folks are on the stage, especially for new members of our community. I'm Frank Mong, the Chief Operating Officer at Nova Labs. I've been with the Helium community, with Helium Systems Inc. and the entire team for almost 5 years now. And I wanted to welcome Boris. You guys all know Boris, but for those that don't know Boris, can you do a quick intro of yourself? How long have you been in this telco space, crypto space, tech space?
So, I'm Boris. I'm GM of Wireless at Nova Labs. I think I did kind of an introduction when I came first on stage, but a little bit of background. So my professional background is very much in open source infrastructure. And I've gotten into the wireless space about 3-ish years ago. Specifically working on this open source project called Magma, which is basically like network core, also known as the software side of cellular networks. And about, a year and a half now ago, we focused kind of everything that we did towards partnering with Helium. At the time, Nova Labs did not exist, with a vision to build this neutral host network.
That's right. That's right. And we met Boris because Abai, our Chief Product Officer, saw a YouTube video with you in it.
Yes, that is correct. The GOAT video. Some of you maybe have seen it.
Check out
So-
FreedomFi GOAT video. It's quite the video. Very good. Now, our special guest, Greg. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, Greg Lanskov. I've been at T-Mobile about 13 years, and about the last 10 have been leading our business development group within our wholesale business unit.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being here. So this has been some time in the making between FreedomFi, Nova Labs, and now Helium Mobile and T-Mobile. What I wanted to ask you, and I'm sure lots of us in the audience are curious, when you first saw this deal come to your inbox or your desk, what was your reaction to Helium when you saw that?
Yeah, so the wholesale group is at T-Mobile is it's very interesting, very fun. We're a self-contained business unit. We get the privilege of viewing new innovative ideas and companies that look at new segments of the market. And so the initial reaction is, let's learn more about it, because we're always on the lookout for how we can enable complementary businesses to the T-Mobile enterprise.
So does T-Mobile know what crypto is? Do they like crypto?
Speaking for myself, I've been a crypto fan for a long time. The company doesn't necessarily have a formal strategy on it, but that's what makes, again, the wholesale business unit so interesting for us, because we get to explore those kinds of things. And as we went through sort of the cross-functional discussions at T-Mobile, there was never any sort of trepidation against it. It was just, hey, let's learn more about it.
Great. Boris, what drew you initially in the early days of conversation with T-Mobile? What sort of drew you into this partnership more and more?
Well, like I said, I think the day one, it was clear that we need to have a macro partner to really create a useful service based off of the network that we're deploying. So, initially, we didn't just, say, okay, we're going to go for T-Mobile. We were exploring with everybody. And some of the operators, not to name any names, they just did not reply. Because, oh, crypto stuff, that's just crazy. Forget it, liability, don't want to deal with it. So, but most have. And building a relationship like this is about solving a lot of technical problems, building, understanding the people on the other side. So it's never like, you come over to a carrier and say, hey, I want to use your macro network to build a service. You're like, okay, right, fill out your information on the website right there, let's go do it. It's more of like a two-sided learning experience that takes a long time. So I think that we were in conversations just kind of like sniffing each other, different operators and us for probably 6 months. And then ultimately, after a lot of conversation, after coming close to, I would say, a lot of the solutions related how to integrate the two networks together, we made the choice that I think that T-Mobile is the right partner because largely of the passion and very importantly also the innovative spirit of the company that we've uncovered by talking to a lot of the stakeholders on the other side.
And Greg, you mentioned your team gets to be innovative, right? The wholesale team at T-Mobile has that liberty, which is fantastic. When you look at what we're trying to do with Helium Mobile, being the first crypto carrier, how special and different is that from your other partnerships?
Yeah, so in my tenure there, we've been pretty thoughtful around how we look at our portfolio from a segmentation standpoint. And the most successful partnerships are the ones that we are able to partner deeply with and really learn from each other. And then also do something unique, do something that's truly hasn't been done before or finds a segment of the marketplace that is just new and different and or incremental. And so this is no different. We haven't done a lot. Our portfolio is fairly tight of scale, successful wholesale partners, but every single one that has gotten to scale and been successful has been fit in that same category. Something that's new, that's innovative, and that goes into a deep partnership.
That's great. I hear deep partnership. That sounds like commitment to the Helium community to me. That's how I interpret it. We'll leave it at that. That's great. Boris, now that we have the Helium mobile service and we've got this fantastic partnership with T-Mobile, what's like the near-term first step? What are you most concerned about? What are you going to be pushing the team to deliver in the early days?
Yeah, so one thing to mention is that we will actually launch the service live in Q1 of next year. Probably there's going to be some opportunities to beta test it, maybe a little bit earlier. But the biggest, there's a whole bunch of technology integration work that we need to do to make sure that the Helium neutral host network, as we call it, works with the T-Mobile macro network. And I think that we need to also jointly with the T-Mobile team do a lot of pathfinding to ensure that this interoperability is seamless for the end users. Because this is, from a technology standpoint, a very unique partnership. This is a problem for the industry at large. The telecom industry tends to be very sort of, template driven, and a lot of the technology templates are built by standards bodies like FreeGPP that say, here's how you deploy the network, 5G network like this, LTE network like that, here are the pieces, here's how you connect them together. But the notion of having a neutral host network, let alone people deployed neutral host network that is kind of like not in control of a single commercial entity, marrying with a macro network such that somebody can use both, prefer the people's network in places where there is overlapping coverage, and also facilitate for seamless experience, seamless handoffs between the two networks. This is not a problem that's ever been solved, and it's not a problem that's even unique to, I think, Helium Mobile and T-Mobile. In this particular case, there is a notion of neutral host networks evolving, and eventually this problem needs to be solved. But we're kind of trailblazing the solution. So getting it solved, I think, is going to take few iterations. I, frankly think that when we launch in Q1, we're going to be, 70% of the way there, but maybe not 100% of the way there. But solving for this kind of seamless interop between the two networks, I think, is the hardest problem, the one that I don't sleep at night over the most.
And that interop is for the benefit of the actual subscriber, so their user experience is wonderful.
Exactly.
And so, Greg, with that in mind, the deep partnership with us and supporting our efforts, how do you envision your team helping us along the journey here, especially in the early days?
Yeah, so I think the key point for us at this point, it is early days. Yeah. Like we don't know on how this would evolve, but we're excited about trying to figure out what that means. And to the extent that the enterprise, in a broader sense, participates, that's only going to fuel more innovation for the T-Mobile, the broader T-Mobile enterprise. So we're excited to learn along with you guys.
Yeah, that's great. And one of the I think uniquenesses of the Helium community and the Helium network is that it is built by the people. The folks in this room were part of us along the original journey with our LoRaWAN IoT miners. And now there's an option to continue that and build on a unlicensed spectrum CBRS network in the United States, which means these individuals, as well as those watching, can not just become users and subscribers of a new mobile network, but they can help us build it along the way. And so from a T-Mobile perspective, what advice would you give them to help build a network along the way? How could they be helpful, for both Helium Mobile as well as T-Mobile?
Well, from my perspective, just speaking for myself, the whole crypto ethos is a continual feedback loop. And so as you try to scale, one of the biggest challenges for a new operator is getting to that critical mass. And so having an ability to have users in distributed places, getting enough volume of users to get good feedback loops, and really build that momentum is probably the most important thing from my perspective.
That's great. So work closely with you guys, right, on building out the network locations, but also getting enough usage to see critical mass, see how things are going, help with the integrations. That's going to really help us improve quickly.
I believe so. And being an operator is not straightforward. Right. A subscription model for a critical service that people depend on daily, there's a high bar for what that experience needs to be.
Definitely.
And so, just really fostering that in the early days I think is great.
Definitely. Boris, any sense or forward-looking things you want to give the community while we're up here to how they should expect to mobilize to help you?
Yeah, don't install 20 cells side by side and point them to the concrete wall. That does not create useful coverage for us or for T-Mobile or for anybody. So, but jokes aside, that's not really entirely a joke. I think one of the big vectors for us is to actually, in the next, I would say 12 months or so, to dramatically evolve how the compensation model works for people deploying the cells, and do it together with also evolving the tools such as Explorer to enable people to make those decisions intelligently. We're still early days. Right now, people put in 20 cells, point them to the trees, and you can see hexes in the Explorer. There is 10 cells in one place, and even Explorer itself does not, I would say, give an extremely accurate projection of what the real coverage is. We know all of this, and we're going to be evolving the Explorer to show the real coverage, to incentivize locations that really need coverage, and we'll be kind of together, through the sub-DAO voting system, evolving how the compensation works, such that people are actually able to, the good installations are the ones that earn, and the ones that have 20 cells pointing to concrete wall don't. So my advice right now is on the outset, if you're like, okay, it's Genesis, let me just put the cells in the basement right now, doesn't matter. It will matter very soon, and with these setups, you will just not earn anything. So just be mindful of that going forward.
Okay. So to summarize, right? Build useful coverage to your best ability. Get it out, again, as high as you can. Mount it outside facing traffic if you can, with people or cars.
Slow-moving people.
Slow-moving
A lot
people.
of slow-moving people. That's the guidance. Yes.
Scan the QR code. Look out, sign up for the wait list. Look out for more announcements on that, on the subscription itself. And just remember, ultimately, we're doing our best to create a really reliable, useful service. That's why the partnership with T-Mobile is so important. The world's largest 5G network that exists already, partnering with us, I think, is critical for this, enabling us to build localized networks, I think, that can be very useful for everyone. So focus on usefulness, focus on getting people to subscribe, I would say, are the two most important things. And really encourage your friends to read the blogs, read the HIPs, get into it as technical as you like, but definitely educate yourself as you get into this journey with us. Any other parting words from both of you?
Well, I just wanted to thank everybody. I know that's been a long journey. I think Helium has a very dedicated and very large community, and a community is kind of both a benefit and a curse. Without the community, you can move really fast, but you don't have a community and you don't have a feedback. With a community, you have to account for kind of everybody's opinion, and I think it took us quite a bit longer to get to this point than we were anticipating. And I really would like to thank everybody for kind of, sticking with us, working with us, continuing to deploy the small cells. I feel like all of the components of the puzzle are now coming together such that it's much more clear to me how to arrive at a very useful outcome by, having us work together. Because I think that when a year and a half ago, Frank came over to us at FreedomFi, he's like, oh, let's do a 5G network. Build a small cell, announce it, make waitlist. I was like, how is it going to work? I don't get it. A lot of pieces were very murky in my head, how the network is going to work with a macro network, a lot of hows. I feel like now, 90% of the hows are gone. It's clear what needs to be done. We just need to go and execute. So, thank you for co-executing with us.
And I would just add, as T-Mobile, we're rooting for you. Your success is our success. First crypto native carrier. We want to see it work. We want to see what's possible.
Wonderful. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, community.
All right. One more round of applause for Helium Mobile. Okay, I am tasked with introducing the next panel, which is extremely exciting. My name is Mark Phillips. I run BD at Nova. One thing I want to say briefly, well, two things I want to say briefly. Try to keep it down in the back as we're having fun conversations up here, and it's a little loud back there. Secondarily, if anybody was in Austin, you might recall that when I was on stage, I said, if you came here and had a question that you needed answered that didn't get answered, come and find me or another member of the Nova team or the Helium Foundation. We will make sure we get all your questions answered before you leave this place. So we are going to have a quick panel here about the journey to 1 million hotspots, which, as most of you know, is just around the corner. Part of that panel will be Jose from RAC, who I'm sure a lot of you people from the community know. We also have Daniel from Hotspotty. And then Frank Mong is going to come back up because apparently Frank's contract says he has to be on stage half the time. So we're going to get Frank back up here. Anyways, journey to 1 million hotspots.
All right. Oh, my voice.
Well, yeah. Hi, everyone. This is a journey to 1 million hotspots. I'm Sophie Kravitz. I'm with the Helium Foundation. And I think we'll start by doing a little bit more of an elaborate introduction for the three of you and what you are and about what you're doing here.
Do I use this or use a microphone?
Use that on your head.
Okay, don't need this. Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Daniel. I'm one of the co-founders of Hotspotty, this tool to use to manage, plan, and deploy hotspots. I've been around Helium for a little bit over 2 years, and it's been such an amazing journey that we're going to hopefully talk today.
Hi everyone, I'm Jose Marcelino from RAC Wireless. RAC, maybe some of you know, was the first third-party manufacturer on the Helium ecosystem. And I'm solutions architect, well, around all the Helium products that RAC does.
Yeah, I'm Frank Mong. I'm back, Chief Operating Officer of Nova Labs.
Well, Frank, as long as you're talking, can you tell us what was it like in the very beginning? What were some of the challenges that Helium went through?
Yeah, definitely. I know many of you know our origin story. Amir covered a little bit of it, but I wanted to use this chance, especially for folks brand new to Helium, to kind of understand how hard it was to get this started. In the very beginning, back in 2017, after we decided, okay, we're going to try to build a blockchain into a LoRaWAN piece of hardware, or LoRaWAN gateway, we really did not know, one, how do we sell this, and two, who's really going to buy it? Because the proposition that we were talking about at the time was that we're going to create this sharing network for IoT devices, and individuals, folks in the crowd here, folks watching online, you were going to buy this hardware called the Helium Hotspot, and you're going to share your internet with these little IoT sensors that you may or may not understand what they do or what the applications are. And why would you do that, right? And the proposition early days was, well, to just own part of the network, become an owner of that, and help this ecosystem grow. We really didn't know how big it would get, or how much value this network would be for society. And so it was very difficult to get going. And I remember distinctly when we first started, like in the alpha stage, when we had some prototypes, we had some of these hotspots, we gave them to our employees, like 15 or 30 of these things. And we just installed them wherever we could, in San Francisco, where our headquarters was, or around the Bay Area, where folks lived. And that was all we did, was to test the range of LoRaWAN. We had pilots. In those days, we had pilots with companies that I can't name because they get upset when we use their brand. But we had these pilots with scooters and sensors, and we were testing these things all around the city of San Francisco for months. And we had to get a network working. So it was just constant testing, like, how do we convince people to do this? Because it wasn't, and when you do something for the first time, it never works as you think. And so we just had to iterate and iterate and iterate. And that took us, I would say, about 6 to 9 months of just iteration, both on the LoRaWAN technology side, as well as on the blockchain itself, making sure we understood how proof of coverage worked, make sure we can tweak it, make it better, make it, improve on it. And that just took us getting these hotspots installed, like practice mining, I guess, practice proof of coverage, because it didn't exist before. We're inventing it. And that iterative process helped us learn quite a bit about the power of what this network could be. And then it was figuring out, well, how do you sell this? How do you get people to buy this? And for those that were here early with us, you'll remember when we first offered a Helium hotspot, you probably saw it on the Facebook ad or Instagram ad, and you're like, oh God, what is this, right? But then something intrigued you about sharing the internet, sharing the network, and that triggered you to explore more. And then if you remember, during holidays, we would like give away pies. We had a pecan pie for Thanksgiving. We gave away like hot cocoa and Christmas. We celebrated Mother's Day by, hey, saying buy your mom a hotspot and get some cookies with that, hotspots and hot cookies. Like those were like the things we had to do to convince people to buy Helium hotspots. And that was like how we really pushed this for the first 10,000 units. And the key for us at the end of it to unlocking everything was really to open source the technology. Not just open source the blockchain, but open source the hardware designs, the app interface. Like we try to make everything consumer friendly, and making that available, open sourcing that, really changed everything for us. Partnering with Rack and Bobcat and all the partners you see on the floor, like allowing them to build on this technology, allowing them to use their expertise, which is in supply chain manufacturing and evolution of the hardware itself. That's what changed everything. But the first 10,000 hotspots was a real struggle, like really struggle. For like without the help of the community in the open source partnerships here, there's no way we would be here now. There's no way. So I'm convinced that open sourcing was the key for us.
So then, for you, Jose, when Rack joined the network, tell us a little bit about your journey.
So when I learned about Helium, it was around March 2020. I think this is when you guys started doing LoRaWAN first, because
yes.
You had a proprietary protocol. So you changed everything, you changed all the rules. And I was doing LoRaWAN at the time, and so obviously I wanted to know what this network was about. So a few months later, I joined Rack, and this was my kind of first project there. So that's where I began my journey.
What was it like for Rack when they first started developing hotspots, getting them out into the world and convincing people that this was a good idea?
Yeah, it was very new for Rack, so we were a business-to-business company. I mean, people buying hotspots until then were basically businesses who wanted some coverage for their sensors. It was very difficult to install. It was a very boring activity as well, and Helium made it all exciting, actually. So that was completely new for us.
One thing I forgot to mention, when we first went into this LoRaWAN ecosystem, how we ended up there was actually Rack. So Amir went on Alibaba or AliExpress and just basically looked for LoRaWAN gateways. And Rack Wireless back then sold a developer gateway. And so Amir, this was like 3 o'clock in the afternoon Pacific Standard Time, sent an email to Rack saying, hey, I want to buy 10 or 15 of these development gateways. How soon can I get them? And Ken, the CEO, responded like by 2 a.m. when he woke up, because he was in China, and said, yeah, I'll ship them to you. Just give me your address. Like, we didn't know how to buy this stuff, and we didn't know how fast we can get it. And Ken just said, yeah, I'll ship them to you right away. They're like $200 or whatever it was. And so Amir was like, yeah, just send it. And he just sent it. He sent us like 15 units without even getting payment. That's how it all started. And that's where I feel like if you're trying to start a business, your response time to inquiries could just lead you to someplace great. You just never know. And Ken in China was just on it and just sent us the gear right away.
Absolutely, yeah.
So Daniel, how about your journey? You came in with Hotspotty. When did you start Hotspotty? Or you're a co-founder, correct? Yeah. When did you start? And
yeah, we first heard of Helium in the summer 2020. I think at the time there was around 4,000 hotspots out there. I have like an engineering background, and as soon as I heard about Helium, there was like this light bulb moment. Like, oh my God, I really need to be into this thing. And then from there on, I spent all my time on Discord, up to the point that we were early to the DeWi program, because for my previous company, for my previous projects, I already had LoRa gateways. I had like Raspberry Pis laying out in my house. So I decided to build one. It was one of the first ones in Europe, so that was a very exciting time. And then spending all my time on Discord, talking to everyone. It was a small community then. I think like the first week that I joined, Helium had moved to Discord from Slack. And I spent all my days there. It's like, I was like kind of slacking on my work because I was so excited just trying to build for the Helium network. And then it's when we decided, okay, let's just buy some more hotspots and then keep on growing. Up to the point that we had around 50 hotspots from Rec, besides some of DIY that we had going on. And we spent most of like the end of 2020, beginning of 2021, like dodging the police because it was COVID time, we had to be at home. Everybody was like bored at home, so just like duffel bags full of equipment and just like getting Uber ride, trying to like look for police and trying to like dodge them and then going climbing roofs, spending like 3-4 months in the beginning of 2021, just like having a great time in pulling cable. It was something that I missed a lot to do, and then we did that in Lisbon. At the time there was like no hotspot there, and also we realized how beautiful Lisbon is from the rooftops. It was just like a magical time, and that's what, once we deployed all these initial hotspots, we realized that we had to figure out a way to actually, how can we manage them? How can we improve our deployments? How we can improve our rewards as well? And how can we pay everybody? Because you have the rewards, you have the host and everybody. And that's when Hotspotty was born. Like from me and my other co-founder, background in software development. And we've been basically breathing Helium ever since.
Just give a little explanation for those who don't know what Hotspotty is.
Yeah, Hotspotty.net is this tool that you can use to manage and plan your hotspots. So you can, if you have one or more hotspots, it's a great place for you to go if you actually want to bring some sanity of you around managing and understand what's happening in the Helium network. So you have the Helium Explorer, then we spend a lot of time, a lot of resources in trying to make it even better, more understandable, because we believe that understanding the ecosystem, understanding the network, and building this community around is gonna like kickstart, like gonna help Helium get even bigger and then more sustainable as well.
And Jose, how is RAC? Tell us, I think most people here do know what RAC is, but tell us how your new products and how you're contributing to growing the network.
Yeah, so RAC, I mean, we are very committed to the Helium network. This was, it's now our main business. We are deeply involved in the Web3 space as well. We are working on a 5G hotspot. We've shown that already, our all-in-one design. When? It's always the question. End of the year, that's where we're looking at.
Hashtag soon.
Yeah, end of the year?
End of the year.
Okay.
No promises, I mean, but that's the date we're targeting. We also very much on the IoT side, we want to grow the IoT sensor network. RAC, that's our background. We have a lot of devices for that, and we want to help developers create devices for this network.
And Frank, let's talk about some trends. What kinds of trends are you three seeing in the network?
Yeah, you know, obviously the network is growing rapidly. Thankfully, the supply chain issues are now behind us that we faced like the last 2 years or last year and a half with COVID. But what me and my team at Nova Labs have really been focused on, I would say since COVID started for about 2.5 years, is really usage on the network. Looking at applications, sensors, and different devices that can connect to this LoRaWAN network. We have an entire BD and BDR team, some of who are here today at Helium House. And our objective has always been to go and find potential applications and introduce them to Helium, the network itself, and the entire ecosystem, and figure out how to leverage it for their applications. And I would say that two of the biggest trends in that space, as we've focused heavily on it, has really been, I would say, like water management. So water metering, water leak detection, agriculture and water, but really water sensors has been one of the top use cases that we've seen. And then probably equally important, 1 and 1A, is supply chain tracking and tracing. And that's everything from drone deliveries that you saw, but also there's a bunch of other tracking and tracing applications that we haven't talked about. I don't know if Goodyear is here today, but they should be talking about stuff soon. So like Goodyear Tires is an investor in Nova Labs, and they've been testing a couple of different trackers for a POC that they're going to launch, and it's looking pretty good. Because I would say since I've been involved with LoRaWAN for the last 5 years, the types of sensors in the manufacturing of those sensors have improved quite a bit, I would say. So like NanoThings has a sticker sensor. That's incredible. This is incredible. And to me, that's game-changing. And that's the kind of innovation that we need, I think, as a community. But again, that's like NanoThings has been around for 5-6 years. So it's taken them 5-6 years to evolve the battery technology, evolve the sensors, to get into, it's literally paper thin, right? I mean, it just takes time. And so for me, patience, the applications are there, they're gonna come. But we really just got the network to be useful, I would say, in the last 6 to 9 months, where we're at a scale and density that you can use it anywhere now.
I mean, it seems like the network is enabling makers to jumpstart innovation. I mean, I want to see this sticker.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, NanoThings has this, I don't know if they're here, but check out NanoThings. It's amazing. But again, amazing tech like that just takes a long time to develop. It doesn't happen overnight. Yeah, and I think lowering barriers is the key. That's why if you look at the network and why it's so attractive is because data credits are so cheap when it comes to IoT. And I think it has to be that cheap to really encourage innovation so that it's as risk-free as we can, as low cost as we can, and as the correct attributes. It just takes time.
So, Daniel, as someone who has a finger on the pulse of data, what kind of trends do you see coming up?
I mean, like this nanotechnology, I think is super exciting. I've seen people talk about, like, for example, in the tracking side of things, adding in like some kind of tracking sensors and the fiber or paper of a box. That you ship a box and you can have free tracking in the box that you buy on UPS. You can just like, you get like a QR code on the box and then you can just follow that, and you can, no matter where the box is in the world, it's going to be working for like 5 years because the data credit's so cheap. So that box is going to have like a lifetime of like 5 years just on data credits. And also the battery, right? It doesn't use a lot of battery. Agriculture as well. One thing that I think is very important to realize on hardware development takes a lot of time. It's very different than software in the sense that you can, like bigger software companies have deployments, multiple deployments a day. When you're building hardware, you build the board, you send for manufacturing, another week arrives, you test it. So it's much slower. So I believe that from like the last 6 to 9 months, a lot of new companies are starting to build on Helium, and they're still going to take some time to get there. Mm-hmm. So I believe that it's going to be exponential growth on the data usage. It's going to happen in 2 years from now. It's going to be very, very different from what it's right now. So I'm very excited to do it, and I firmly believe that that's what we're going to see.
And Jose, anything that you're particularly excited about coming up?
Yeah, on the IoT side, we are working with some companies around mostly water. The water industry is really interesting because you can deploy. They are looking for cheap sensors for the networks to improve things like sewage, clean water access, and that types of thing. So very excited about that. Also very excited to find models where we can reward people for running these sensors as well, like what Demo is doing and the other companies. So that's where we're looking for.
Okay, and in the interest of time here, I think we're going to go to our last question, which is, we're at a little bit more than 950,000 hotspots now. Daniel, when are we going to hit 1 million?
So we're on around 20,000 hotspots a month, more or less. And we're doing some like data analytics and probabilistics. And we think it's going to be ready at the Solana breakpoint in Lisbon.
Okay. And we're having a party at your house, right?
Yes, you guys are welcome.
All invited.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, another round of applause. Hello. There we go. Okay, one more reminder to the people in the sort of exhibitor area to try to keep your conversations more whisper level, I guess, while we have these talks up here. So we're going to continue from the hotspot discussion and talk more about use cases. We're going to have a panel moderated by Jacob Swin, who's part of the Nova team. We'll have Violet from Seed, Neil, who's better known as BFG Neil in the community, Andy Du from Embedded Works, and then Brian from Parley Labs talking about all bunch of fantastic use cases for the Helium network and IoT around the house and in the consumer space. So let's give them a round of applause.
All right. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you all for being up here. And I just want to get started. Can you guys just kind of go down the line and give us a very quick overview of who you are and what your company does?
So go from?
Just go for it, Violet, yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Violet from Seed Studio. So Seed is the company behind Senscape and One Helium Hotspot. And we are a company with 14 years of experience in design, manufacture, and delivery of IoT devices, from wireless communication products to sensors and gateways, etc. And apart from the hardware, we also provide the dashboard and app to make sure it is easy for our customers to use the products easily. And with our partners, including Parley Labs and Embedded Works, we actually delivered products to more than 1 million developers and system integrators all over the world. And apart from the very technical and business part of it, we are also a firm believer of sustainable development goals. So we organize a lot of events and activities to support IoT for good. So that's about us.
Awesome, thank you.
Hi everyone, honored to be here. Andy Du from Embedded Works. We are a nearly 2-decade old distributor in integrated wireless technology. So we started our life helping folks design M2M back then, machine-to-machine. Now IoT, of course, is the buzzword. And over time, we evolved to becoming a solution provider. Today we have a tracking platform called Tracking for Less, which we've integrated a lot of the tracking devices onto the Helium network. We also have a sensor business called SensorWorks that not only tell you where things are at, but how things are doing. So with that, we've kind of gotten to this point where, as a solution provider, I say IoT means I own this or I own that, so we're going to help you own it, and that's what we do.
Hi, I'm Brian Buiton from Parley Labs. We are a distributor, value-added reseller, and IoT solutions provider. Our focus is helping our partners and our customers to go to market faster in both building the infrastructure and driving demand and usage on the network. So that means we kind of serve all parts of the value chain, and that's engineering and technical solutions for both of the networks.
Perfect.
Hey, I'm Neil. People know me as BFG Neil. I'm from TrackPack. We do asset tracking on the Helium network. We launched in January. We got some pretty big names onboarding for us this year that are doing some very large trials. That's basically it.
No, congratulations on
Thank
the
you.
launch. Yeah. Violet, I'm going to come back to you. Can you guys kind of tell us just what problems does Helium solve for your users?
I think the biggest problem that is solved is about how Helium has helped to lower the threshold of people to use the IoT devices or use LoRa in the actual world scenarios. Because in the past, when we talk about, hey, how about use LoRa, they say, oh, I need to buy a gateway, and then it seems it's a threshold for them. But now, with the decentralized network, a lot of gateways are out there, and coverage is all over there. So it's much easier for people to think about how I can use the network.
Yeah, great. Andy?
Helium was really an eye-opener for us. We've been in the telematics tracking business. Particularly 99% of our customers were cellular tracker, right? And back then we were offering $10 a month tracking, and that was a good deal. But when Helium came along, and based on the value and the network coverage, it was enough to get those customers that were on the fence who said, yeah, I'm not sure if I want a tracking device. And we came to them, well, how about we offer you $10 a year for connectivity? And that was just orders of magnitude in terms of the value saving. So that allowed us to open up a customer base that was either on the fence or customers that said, how can I lower my OpEx? So it was really nice.
Yeah, similar. We noticed that it's allowed us to go and pilot with our customers much quicker. We could evaluate different solutions to see what the value truly is, and it removes a lot of complexities in trying to prototype solutions.
Awesome.
Yeah, generally for us, Helium's enabled this tracking to exist. I mean, the companies that we've been speaking to, whenever they've tried to do this in the past, and they've been trying to do this for 6 years. 6 years on GSM, and every time they went to put something to market, it was always in the millions to, kind of roll this out. And now that network's there, they don't have to do any of that. They can just do a very small sensor and get their service live.
Yeah, no, that's great, that's great. Andy, I'm going to start with you on this one. So, how did you start using Helium? You kind of said the problems that it solved, but when did you start using it, and were you evaluating any other technologies when you kind of landed on Helium?
Yeah, looking back, we kind of fell into Helium. I mean, as a nearly 2-decade distributor of wireless components, about 2 years ago, our RF antenna sales started blowing up. 900 megahertz antennas, and finally we said, "Excuse me, why are you buying so many?" And they're like, "Oh, we're helium mining. What's that?" And then that just kind of, blossomed into this wonderful thing with Helium, and we just fell in love with the business model, and that really, to me, kind of made this, even pre-5G, made this concept of the fourth carrier, or 5 if you're counting Sprint. So yeah, that really was just a mind-blowing concept for us to be able to jump on a network truly IoT size.
Awesome. Violet, how about you? I think you have a good answer for this one.
Yeah, so at Seed we actually have a lot of different products supporting like 4G, NB-IoT, etc. So we are, when we tap into IoT devices for outdoor scenarios, we are thinking about mainly 3 of them. One is 4G, one is NB-IoT, and the other is LoRa. And when we learn about the scenarios, we choose LoRa as the technology that's very suitable for outdoor environmental sensing. But when we learn about Helium, it's this is perfect alignment because there are a lot of coverage out there already, and then we have this rich line of sensors that can allow people to actually use them, and it's perfect match. So we begin to adopt it, and now it's taking off comparing to other technologies that we are developing.
Yeah, great. All right, Neil, this one's for you. I'm a hotspot owner, all right? Sure. I want to get started with TrackPack. How can I deploy those use cases around my house, my neighborhood, my city, something like that? How do I get started?
Yeah, that's the big thing with us. We want to enable other people to take this, what we've built, and use it and white label it. The big thing for us is that we can say that a tracker is good for your business, but unless you have that business insight and know which tracker's right, we will never have penetration into that market. So what we offer is full white label reseller services. That's including the app, including the web app, and a full API as well. So you can integrate into existing systems. And that's how you can get involved. You can start up a brand. You have that insider information, and you know where trackers will do well. Come to us, talk to us, and we'll work out a package and put that live for you.
Awesome. Can you name one of your most interesting kind of use cases right now?
Yeah, so the big one for us right now is that we've got a bike manufacturer that produces bikes in London, and they don't want to use it to find the bikes. They want to use it to know where the bikes are being used in city centres, where best to install more bikes, but also provide statistics like how many people are riding on the average month, some real futuristic kind of, look on how their bikes are used. So we're building up those case studies at the moment, and new hardware as well, so to make sure it fits on a bike. Trackers are quite small at the moment, but we want to make them smaller, and we want to make them larger battery life, so we've gone into the hardware realm.
Awesome. Andy, what about you? Again, how can I get some, tracking for less embedded work solutions out there? And I did some interviews with you yesterday, and you had some really cool use cases. So can you maybe, talk about one?
Yeah, let me see. For tracking, I mean, some of the strange ones are, off-the-road one would be, beehive tracking. We've had farmers who wanted to track where their beehives, because bees these days are rented. You actually don't own them. And, we've had cases, for example, we have the porta potties, that's always a funny one to, track that for construction sites. But, generally anything of value, and whether it moves or doesn't move, but at the end of the day, it's being able to find it, and the Helium network is ubiquitous. And so for us, those are some of the fun things that we've come across.
All right. Yeah, great. Yeah. Violet, how about you?
I think one of the user cases that I have seen recently is actually about, the user cases of the that we have recently is the sensor that we have actually allowing people to only use 3 steps, and then can power it on and then use Bluetooth to pair it, and then the next step you can see the data immediately. So there will be like weather stations they can put into the backyard or into the community and see the data and share with the whole community about maybe what action they need to take based on the data.
Okay. And I think Neil, Andy, and Violet, you guys have some exhibits over there. Can people come check out some of these solutions?
Sure, yeah.
Perfect. All right. Awesome. Brian, so are you seeing like demand for some interesting use cases pop up? Like these guys, Andy's tracking porta potties and stuff, or beehives and things like that. But have you seen some like, just demand you didn't think you'd see before for some use cases kind of show up?
Yeah, so I mean, we see the traditional stuff, which is requires integrators and stuff like that. What we're seeing, both from the manufacturer side and the consumer side, is a push for more just turn it on and working. And we're seeing really interesting use cases of the network, like hive mappers who use the network in very different, unique ways. And even in the community, we're starting to see a lot of people kind of applying the network and using it in ways that just never had been thought of before because there was no network that was made available to them.
Yeah.
And working with a lot of our partners, there's a lot of experimentation and seeing like how else can it be used, and we've definitely seen some interesting use cases.
Okay. Very cool. Andy, what about you? Like, I've done some interviews with you before. Yeah. You bring up a lot of really interesting use cases. Have you seen some growing demand in areas that you didn't expect before?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking a lot about tracking, which is probably 60-70% of the use case demand, but we can't forget about sensors, because there's more sensors in this world than there are people, right? There's things to sense. And we've had, for example, we have a customer of ours who's similar to kind of a convenience store chain here in the East Coast, and for compliance, they need to know what the temperature of the food, the frozen foods are, because it's a compliance issue. They need to know how many times that frozen food door is open, and all of that is in compliance. And so for that, they could either get another network, or they can use the network that's already there, which is Helium. Another story that I could share with you is, we work with the Alaskan Housing Authority, and for them, they got basically sued by a lady who said that the temperature in the water heater tanks were too hot. And they said, no, I don't think so. So they used a network, and being with sensors, they would say, look at these charts, and charts don't lie. And so they were able to say, no, these are perfectly fine. You're just more sensitive.
Perfect. So we're being used to prove people wrong here. I like that. Yeah, great. Violet, what about you? With Seed, do you guys see a lot of things that, demand for things you weren't expecting?
Yeah, because we have a strong focus on environmental sensing, and recently, especially these past months, like the weather, like the climate seems to be very concerning, and then we got a lot of requests about how we might be able to provide some sensors for them to collect the environmental data, like micro climate data. So either it will be to use the dry in the air, like the humidity in the air, or like the temperature, etc., with the micro data, microclimate data, as well as the data existed out there to analyze the possibility of either maybe there might be a forest fire out there based on this kind of data. Or another thing is about with the gas data, they will be able to detect maybe with the accumulation of sulfur dioxide or carbon dioxide, there is a possibility there might be volcano eruption, etc. So these are a lot of things that we see that we can use technology with the Helium network, with the sensors, and then it will benefit the whole, either this remote area or with the people who are living around that area, but we can help them with evacuation in an early stage or prevention.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. I mean, I live on the West Coast, so wildfire detection is becoming more important every year. So yeah, those things are good to see. All right, Brian, so we're almost at 1 million hotspots now. The network continues to grow rapidly. What are you most looking forward to with Helium and IoT applications for the future?
One thing that we're focused on doing is trying to make it easier to use the network and adapt it. Mostly And we're really excited to be able to help our customers and help consumers be able to do that. So as we work to simplify a lot of the complexities out of the LoRaWAN traditional stuff, we're really excited to be able to help partners like TradWi and others to go to market faster and actually bring true value and utilize the network at scale.
Awesome. Neil, what about you? Look into the future. What are you super excited about?
Yeah, just seeing this technology used on large scales. You know, it can solve some serious problems, but it can also change people's lives.
Yeah.
You know, monitoring things like food, so food crops are more efficient, and you know, like you say, forest fires and things. I think the things that pay the most money are the focus at the moment, but when you start seeing things like forest fires and, you know, this technology grow there for good, that's what I'm most excited for.
Yeah, absolutely.
To see helium used for good.
Yeah, they can
change the world.
Help
kind of
people
stuff.
in real life.
And it really is that simple. It can change lives, you know.
Yeah.
We were talking to a use case in India where the boats would accidentally go into Sri Lanka's waters and they'd be arrested and the boats would be destroyed.
Oh, wow.
But if they had a helium tracker on board, they would know, they'd get a notification when they're in international waters.
Yeah.
And that just changes people's lives, and it's that kind of story that I'd like to hear more of.
All right, so we're going to see you come up with that solution soon,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, hopefully.
All right, we'll keep an eye out for that one. Andy, what about you?
You know, I'm actually excited about what's happening with the 5G movement, and my hope and vision that there will be a day where, you know, anyone can jump on and get free internet. So, you know, I don't know if many of you remember, there was a time Wi-Fi wasn't everywhere, right? So you had to go online and search for a cafe, and now it's ubiquitous. It's almost expected. So imagine a day where the 5G Helium network is abound. You have client devices like a USB dongle. You're sitting in a park and you say, hey, I want to jump on this guy or gal's, you know, hotspot, and he or she will get, you know, comped for that use of their bandwidth, and you connect at pretty good range beyond Wi-Fi. So that's my hope and vision, is that, you know, the internet for all becomes truly real. And I've worked on smart city projects. We're doing the COVID CARES Act. You know, the government gave you know, lots of cities billions of dollars to bring internet to the people. And you've seen, you know, what Helium's done for the city of San Jose. And during the during the pandemic, I was surprised to read an op-ed by our mayor who said 17,000 students in Silicon Valley or San Jose proper did not have internet, and that was, you know, to me, unfathomable. So I see that day happening if this thing grows.
Yeah. Great. Violet, what about you?
So when Andy mentioned about pandemic, I have like this vision about like the widespread of technology and how it might be able to help, because we recently hosted a contest called IoT Into the Wild, and many of the community members submit their top ideas about what they want to do. And one of the participants wrote about he wants to collect the microclimate data, and then with that data and also existing data, so he might be able to predict the possibility of emergence of mosquito-borne diseases in a certain area. And it was like, usually for me, I think that kind of like disease prevention or like detection is very far, because it's really very require very specific expertise. But with this kind of technology available, it seems that this kind of knowledge or information can be accessible to people like us who doesn't have that kind of background. So this is something I can see as like really bring this kind of information to us, so that we know better about what is happening out there, and then how we might be able to do something to prevent it or better cope with it. And another thing is about I love the community, like here at Helium, and then we actually have a vision about like a community IoT. It's like now you already have the coverage, and then if we have a lot of different nodes out there, and then if there's street light is not working, or maybe there's traffic, etc. But if we have enough sensor or data there, and then everyone have the phone, similar to the phone, but then we can be able to remind other people or even send an alert to someone who is in charge of repairing that, etc. Then it will be not just my smart home or my smart farm, but it's for the whole community.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I mean, a big part of my job is working with, you know, you all in the ecosystem, and I mean, it's one of my favorite parts is just to see all the all the awesome solutions that you guys are coming up with that, you know, all using Helium, but it's really cool to see. So, thank you guys for doing all that stuff. We're talking about Helium for good and helping people. That's great. I know we're kind of standing in the way of, people getting lunch in a minute, but do you guys want to do a really quick pitch of like what you have to show people out there? And,
Okay. So
yeah, go for it, Violet.
Thank you. So, we have a booth over there with a lot of devices, including the Seed SenseCap 5G hotspot and also weather stations that you can use within a few steps and see the data on the Helium network. And with an AI vision sensor, so usually we talk about we couldn't send image to LoRaWAN network, but with that AI vision sensor, it has a camera, but it does not send the image. It has the machine learning on it, so it sends the result to the network only. Go there and check it out.
Yeah, we have a cool demo if you guys want to check out. We have a Wi-Fi sniffing LoRaWAN badge from our friends at CodePoint there, and we've integrated in our platform. And it actually worked better than GPS, because in New York City, Manhattan, there's these urban canyons, and there's that much sky. So no GPS, and I've compared it side by side, and my Wi-Fi sniffing badge, I'm walking by Starbucks, a bakery, it's picking up all of these, and I'm actually seeing more dots, through the Wi-Fi sniffing LoRaWAN than I am GPS. So pretty cool. I get to actually use it, because I've been talking about it, and now, actually show it. So come by.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And Brian, people can come find you and talk, about solutions with Parley Labs and stuff like that.
Yeah, so we don't have
right?
a booth, but there's a couple people from our team here, so they want to talk about 5G deployments, LoRaWAN deployments, or solutions and utilizing the network. You could just come talk to us, and we'll be readily available.
Awesome. All right, Neil, what do you have to show us?
Yeah, just come and find me. I'll talk about sensors. I'll talk about trackers. I love talking about the Helium network. So
Everything,
I've got a
right?
couple with me, so if you want to talk about it, come find me.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you guys very much for being out here with me. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're trying to stay on schedule here. So we're going to have about a 10-minute break. If you haven't been back to get the food, please go get some food. There's plenty back there, but 10 minutes, we're going to be back here talking about crypto incentivized networks in real life. See you in 10 minutes.
Hello, everybody. Hope everybody was able to go and get some lunch, take a break, coffees, waters. Everybody's recharged and ready for our next session. So Web3 represents a big paradigm shift in terms of user-owned infrastructure, the ability of users own and permission their data. So next panel is going to dive into that. So I want to invite up Mark Phillips from DeWi Labs, who's going to be moderating, along with Ariel from HiveMapper, Marlene and Matthew from Streamer, and Danny from Filecoin. Come on up.
Oh, all right. Waiting on her. He's coming. All right. We will have one more. We're going to give him 1 second. There he is. Ariel, everybody. Yeah. Okay. How's everybody doing?
Pretty good.
Good, yeah.
Good, okay. Thank you for joining us after the lunch break. So, as Scott mentioned, my name is Mark Phillips. I run BD at Nova. So, we don't have a ton of time here. We're going to try and keep it tight and focused, but it should be a very fun conversation. We are going to be talking about sort of tangential token incentivized physical real world infrastructure. We are very much in this space and we like to work with other companies that are doing similar things. So we want to have this conversation. I'll ask everyone here, because I'll do a poor job introducing you, 30 seconds on yourself and maybe 30 to a minute on your project that you're working on.
Sure. All right, let's see if this works. So my name's Ariel Seidman. I'm the CEO and co-founder of HiveMapper. So we're building a decentralized global map, ultimately something that can compete with the likes of a Google Maps. And so the basic idea of how it works is you buy a dash cam. So this is an example of the dash cam that you buy. You install it in your car. It connects to your Android or iPhone device. And then you just drive like you normally would. And so all of the imagery and location data that's coming off of this ultimately makes it back to HiveMapper. We then take that data, process it, transform it into map data and location data that we then sell to businesses to integrate with their own applications, right? So whether it be like a FedEx or an Uber or anybody who needs map data and logistics data, they're ultimately accessing our APIs and paying HiveMapper for usage of those APIs. And the kicker is that you're earning a honey token reward that effectively gives you or confers ownership in this decentralized global map as you're contributing to it and driving.
Can I see this? Does anybody have one of these? Has anybody ordered one? There we go. All right, so lots of potential HiveMapper users out there.
Yeah,
all right, thank you. Let's go to you, Matthew.
Cool. I'm Matt Fontana, head of ecosystem at Streamer Network. And the Streamer Network, you can kind of think of it as kind of like a people's bandwidth network. So it's a peer-to-peer protocol, operates on the internet, and there are many applications in the ecosystem that use both Helium, and then the data bubbles up, flows into the Streamer Network, which is a data distribution or data transport network that can scale and remain real-time for tens of thousands or even probably millions of data subscribers. So the main purpose of the network is to enable these data pipelines where data publishers can push data through these streams or channels or topics, if you're familiar with PubSub terminology, and the data will flow through and reach all the interested data consumers or data subscribers in a real-time way. And this all operates on a peer-to-peer network. So instead of the data going through centralized data centers operated by the big tech companies around the world, instead this data is flowing through everyday devices. It can be people's phones or just basically latent bandwidth on people's devices, and the data will flow through this topology and reach everybody that's interested in the data.
Cool. Thank you. Danny.
My name's Danny O'Brien. I work for the Filecoin Foundation, which is an organization that was set up pretty much a year or so ago after the mainnet launch of the Filecoin network. I think like the theme going through all of these is that we work on incentives-based cryptographic systems to encourage real-world applications. And in the case of Filecoin, it was designed by Protocol Labs, who built the interplanetary file system, IPFS, and it was an attempt to create an incentive layer over that peer-to-peer content addressable storage system. We've been pretty successful so far. We've created about, I think the latest figure is 19 exabytes of committed storage, and we now have a price level that's about a few dollars for a petabyte of storage on that network. And the incentives all come from our cryptographic blockchain mining proof system, which uses a proof of storage rather than, say, a proof of stake or a proof of work, as they used to do back in the old days.
Thank you.
My name is Marlene Ronstedt. I'm one of the co-founders of the Data Union DAO. And we are a spin-off from the Streamer project. We were founded about a year ago. And basically, we offer an SDK and a set of smart contracts with which users can monetize their personal data. So the idea is that instead of the tech giants like Google and Facebook monetizing your data, you as an individual user can start monetizing your data. And our goal is to unlock all these different use cases along data monetization. So we have a bunch of builders right now in our ecosystem that already leverage our infrastructure, which is also heavily built on Streamer. That's why we're a spinoff. And yeah, we just want to kind of unlock this range of different use cases for people to really own their personal data instead of just giving it away to Google and Facebook without, well, okay, I mean, they get a service in return, of course, but they don't really have a say in what they're actually doing with their data. So we want to change that.
Interesting. Thank you very much. Okay, so you sort of all briefly touched on this in your descriptions about what you're building, but I want to dig a bit further, and we'll start with the Streamer team. So, and I apologize if I sort of bring you two together, but Streamer Data Union DAO. First question is, why did you choose to use a token for this? And after you made that decision, what in your mind confers value on the token, and sort of how do you see that building, right? So why a token, and what confers value on it long term? Take it.
Okay. Let's start with Streamer, and the Streamer has the data token, and so this is a quality of service token on the network, and it incentivizes broker nodes to come in and join stream topologies and provide this backbone that prevents certain decentralized attacks from happening. So Eclipse attacks is the main one that we need to prevent. And so the way we do this is we provide an economic incentive for broker nodes to come in with the promise of being stable and honest. And in terms of the Data Union DAO,
there is going to be a token as well, but we're still in a phase where we're actually designing the token economics. The idea for the union token is going to be that there will be a staking mechanism for data union builders to stake that token to kind of ensure that these data unions are trustworthy, right? Because of course, a lot can be ensured by smart contracts and by code, but there is still kind of a threat that the data union builder would just take away some of the data, monetize it, without actually giving back to the data union members. And in order to ensure that, we will introduce the staking mechanism where the data union builders will stake on the data union DAO's smart contract. And well, if they mess up something with the data, their stake is getting slashed and is being redistributed along the members of the data union DAO. And what's interesting here is if you look at, for example, if you usually have data violations, right? For instance, in Europe, the EU will jump in and be like, okay, now Facebook has to pay a couple of millions of a fine, but then where does that money actually go, right? So we kind of want to change that dynamic and really make sure that there is a strong relationship, and if there is a data breach, then the users should also kind of see something for that in return.
Well, so it's about something like flow back into the DAO in that case. That's fascinating.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, Danny.
Well, the reason why we have a token, I think, and there's a common theme here, is to create a way of securing trust. So because our token is based on proof of replication, proof of storage, it means that that users of our network don't have to depend on the kind of centralized reputation system that we have now, where people will tend to use Amazon in the same way as they will tend to eat at McDonald's. It's not the greatest meal in the world, but you probably know it's going to be okay, right? Whereas if you can rely on mathematics, essentially, if you can rely on proofs being emitted saying, no, this data really is being stored, or this capacity really is available to store things, it means you can have a greater diversity of storage providers. It also means, in the same way, that if that trust is violated in some way, there's a financial penalty for the storage providers who are working there. As storage providers stake, kind of in a more literal sense, an amount of Filecoin at the beginning when they're setting up the system, and that's used as the penalty to punish them if, for instance, they go offline or they can no longer guarantee the storage.
And so I guess on that topic, do you see that negative incentive working? Like, do you think people keep storage on?
So, I mean, well, there are a couple of things that are interesting, right? One is that by providing a system that anyone can join in if they can make those proofs, we get a far more varied ecosystem. So we have storage providers in Africa, we have storage providers in the Far East, we have storage providers in Europe and the US. And by having that system, what it means is that our end users can say, okay, I genuinely want to store this data distributed over multiple continents. And because of the price level that we have, that means they can store it in 10 different places and be just probabilistically assured that that data is going to remain around.
Interesting. Okay. And how about you, Ariel?
So, yeah, the reason we chose the token is, well, let's kind of take a step back and look at maps and kind of historically how maps have been built. So, you know, many of you have probably used Waze, and there's two parts of Waze. There's Waze in terms of just driving around with the app, and effectively you're contributing back into Waze as a result of that. And then there's another part of Waze, which probably most of you don't see, but there's about 30,000 Waze map editors. And these are people sitting behind a desk, tediously, effectively editing and annotating a map, such that you know this is a one-way street, you know the speed limit, you know there's a no right-hand turn on a red light, all that kind of stuff, right? And so when Waze was ultimately acquired by Google for $1.2 billion, you know the employees of Waze made money, the investors did, as they should. But these 30,000 Waze map editors, and you and I who use the app, we saw nothing. And I look at that and say, look, without that data, there's no map. You know, it's like beautiful software, which is nice and all, but like there is no map. And so what we said to ourselves was like, look, if we're going to build a map, but people who are collecting this data, that's where it all starts, they should build ownership in the map. And the token is an effective means to do that. The other part is, okay, so the obvious question is like, okay, why not pay these people cash, right? We get that a lot. Yeah. So the problem with cash is that in the early days, you will never pay those early contributors enough relative to the value they're actually creating long term, right? So I think that's one big issue. The other is that with cash, and I've experienced this, I built a system that's based on cash, the relationship becomes very adversarial, right? Like, you know, all the contributors hate you know, it's like fighting all the time. And so like by making it on the blockchain, open, transparent, it's hard to argue, right, with, okay, you drove this much, this is how many tokens you got, you can track back each one of those things. And so that was very, very appealing to us in terms of just making sure that Hivemapper is viewed as an honest broker. And nothing nefarious is happening in terms of how these rewards are being distributed.
Right. Yeah, it's all on the blockchain. There it is.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's talk about maturity. So, the Helium network, we had this talk earlier today about the road to 1 million hotspots. And if we look back 3 years or so, the first part of that was built based on building supply of coverage, right? We're building wireless coverage, and then we're pairing it with demand. And we see all these use cases here where enterprises and consumers are using the network. And so we're starting to shift on the IoT side from providing coverage supply to using it and driving demand. Mobile is earlier in the cycle, right? There's 5G network coverage that's growing. We announced Helium Mobile today, which should push a tremendous amount of usage or demand onto the network. So give me a few words on where you see your product, your network in terms of maturity. Are you focusing on supply? Are you focusing on demand? What are your plans for the next, say, 3 to 6 months in that realm?
So right now we're very focused on supply, right? Because the analogy here is like without the data, it would be like walking into Whole Foods and the shelves aren't stocked, right? So you got to stock the shelves with product, and that product is all supply, right? So you got to start there, and But look, you got to ultimately the data quality needs to be there, the coverage needs to be there, the freshness needs to be there, such that customers actually have something that they value and that they're willing to pay for. So I come from a mapping background. I've been in the industry for a while, so I know who these customers are, and I know what they are willing to pay for and what they're not willing to pay for. So we think of in terms of right now, and I think for the next 9 months or 12 months, it'd be 90-10. Okay. So 90% on supply, 10% on that customers. Yeah. But yeah, once you build up that supply, then it inverts itself, right?
Briefly, who are your customers for this data?
Yeah. So in the mapping world, it's transportation, logistics, automotive. Those are the big buyers, right? So this would be the Ubers, the Lyfts, the FedExes, the UPSs, DHLs, Audi, BMW, all those type of customers. That's the big kind of vertical. Then there's other verticals, commercial real estate, residential real estate, state, local, federal governments, insurance. So those are the other verticals. The good news about mapping is that it's a very, very big market, but it's also, from a use case perspective, very fragmented. So HiveMapper Inc. will focus on logistics transportation, and I think there will be other businesses that focus on some of these other verticals.
Interesting. And before we move on, just want to clarify a few things. So HiveMapper Inc. sells a commercial product for dollars and cents to make up a name, FedEx. Yeah. There's a revenue relationship there between you and the customer.
Correct.
And then what, if any, when you do a commercial deal, do your mappers see any sort of upside from that in addition to just mapping the network?
Yeah. So there's two types of rewards. There's a map coverage reward, and then there's a map consumption reward. So you get everybody gets map coverage just by providing coverage. And then yes, if let's say a FedEx comes and does a buy for $500,000, let's say, then depending upon where that data is being bought, people who actually help generate that coverage will also, in addition to that, see a map consumption reward.
That's great. I love that. Okay, let's jump to Danny before we go to the streamer team. So obviously Filecoin is quite mature these days, right? I forget when the white paper was actually announced or released. The Helium team read it voraciously numerous times. So I mean, where are you in terms of maturity? How do you think about, I know you're speaking on behalf of the foundation, not Protocol Labs, but are you still focused on building out the storage piece? Are you trying to drive more usage and demand? Like, where are you right now?
Well, I think the thing that's interesting is that we've got to the point where we've created a market for storage. And so in some ways, the market itself leads the innovation. You just sit, wait for the supply and demand curve to sort of match, and you watch the actors in the ecosystem begin to innovate. And I mean, really, for our storage providers, we've been utterly surprised and delighted by their kind of ability to understand the nature of the customer base that they're dealing with and coming up with new products. I mean, just to give you a sort of couple of examples from that, one of the things that we've seen in these early days is actually the market shift. So we have a negative price for storage right now in the rewards from the coins that the storage providers gain means that actually they're willing to pay data DAOs and other organizations to store their data on the network. So there's a third party, it's not Protocol Labs, it's not Filecoin Foundation, called Big Data Exchange, and they're a third party market where storage providers will bid to take and store public usable data from third parties. And that data has to be in kind of like the petabyte range for it to make financial sense for them. But suddenly we're creating markets where people see the data they have not as a cost area, but actually as a potential profit area.
Let me make sure I understand that. So the market is such that someone who's providing an exabyte worth of storage might actually go out into the market and pay, let's say, the streamer team to store that data on their physical infrastructure because of the way the incentives are currently. Wow, that's fascinating.
It's really.
And is that something that you guys? Is that a good? I mean, it sounds like it's a good thing, but is that?
It wasn't a deliberate thing. I mean, we saw it happening, and we were very kind of curious as to what would emerge.
Right.
And then you watch the market kind of solve this for ourselves. I mean, there are some things that we are very specifically building. For instance, we've now built a Filecoin virtual machine on this. And the reason why we did that is we realized that when you're dealing with petabytes of data, it has a gravity of its own. You wanna operate on that data where it's stored rather than long distance. And that's drawing more applications into the market, and is also, of course, another use for the coin itself. So that begins to grant more uses, internal uses for the currency, which is always useful.
Fascinating. Okay, let's go Marlene and then Matthew. So give us, you said you're quite early in the DAO. So sounds like you're probably focused on, I mean, give us the next 6 to 12 months.
Yeah, sure. So what we're mostly focused on right now is actually launching the framework on Polygon, because so far the deployment was only on Ethereum and also on Gnosis chain for the micro payments we're handling. But the problem, of course, is that we want to onboard more builders and make it really easy for them to experiment with our technology. And by moving part of that also to Polygon, it will make it just a lot more cost efficient for users to, for builders to just explore the technology and see what they can actually be building with it. We're also going to be in Bogota next month at DEF CON at one of the hackathons there, so hopefully we'll see a couple of new interesting use cases popping up there. But I would say in general we're still at a rather early stage where we try to explore the different use cases and really try it more from a grassroots kind of level before we would start approaching big players and be like, hey, you already have millions of users. What about turning yourself into a data union? I think that's more something we would be looking at maybe next year.
Okay.
Right now, we're more into community growth and working together with indie builders and stuff
Super
like that.
Exciting. All right, and then Matthew, where are you guys at?
So earlier this year, we launched our decentralized network. So we've been running it for some time, but we've been running the nodes. In February this year, we handed over the keys so that anybody could run a node. So this was a big milestone for us. And the final 1.0 milestone is coming up early next year, and this will add the incentive mechanism so that you can start to earn tokens in a totally decentralized way through these bounty smart contracts that allow for delegation and stream sponsorship by interested stakeholders for various types of data streams. So yeah, this is what we're into at the moment, obviously working on the demand side and getting the technology adopted and solving problems.
Okay, so still very much driving the demand is where you're at.
Yeah, we've worked very hard to make the node software easy to use, and it's very lightweight, and so you can run it in your toaster. So our first test net, we had 100,000 nodes come in very easily, and so the supply side is quite easy for us. The demand side is much harder because we're this decentralized technology. We have some rough edges. There's lots of understanding. It's a whole new ball game. Signing every data payload with the cryptographic private key is very it's very different to how it normally runs with the centralized cloud providers. So making sure that people understand how the technology works and the benefits and what it unlocks is what we're really focusing on at the moment.
Excellent. Okay. All right, I'm about to get the hook here. So you've got a captive audience of people who are very much invested in physical tokenized infrastructures. Let's start with Marlene. Can we get 30 seconds on how they can best get involved with the Data Union DAO?
Yeah, so I think the best way to get involved with Data Union DAO is either if you're a builder, then come and join us in Bogota for our hackathon. And if you are a data producer, which all of you are, then you can join the existing data unions in our ecosystem, like, for example, Demo, they have a stand over there. Swash, which is a browser plugin that lets you monetize your browsing data. So these are the two big ones you can already use today.
Cool. Okay, Demo and Swash. Go ahead, Denny.
So I would say play around with our new tools. If you've played around with IPFS and Filecoin in the past, there's a lot that's changed and added. Web3.storage is a great place to experiment. And as a sort of sneak preview of the depth of the ecosystem, what's coming up, one of the things we're looking at is creating retrieval markets. So what we're really interested in is creating a network of nodes that will act as stores, a bit like IPFS, but for Filecoin and for letting people download stuff, and that will be remunerated in coins, and possibly a really good application for your node sitting next to your Helium node. So.
Thank you.
Okay, so many things. You can, if you are a Web3 project that wants to interconnect and communicate with your nodes, or human-to-human communication, you can use the streamer network, of course, and if you're none of that, you can just run a node and support and share your bandwidth, earn tokens. The APY is 70% at the moment, so it's a really good deal.
Ours is easy. So you can just pre-order a dash cam and then you just drive. So
there it is. Pre-order a dash cam. When does the network go live? If you can share.
In Q4.
Q4.
We'll announce the actual date later.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you very much to our panelists, and thank you guys for paying attention.
Okay, thank you to all the panelists. So for our next discussion, last month, as most if not all of you know, Helium launched its second token, again taking the incentive model that built up the entire IoT network to start building out coverage for a cellular network with a mobile token. So while we're all familiar with the incentive models and more of the kind of crypto and blockchain side, this next panel is going to be more of a discussion around different hardware and services that are going to be coming out and are already being built to support that next wave of growth. So I want to invite up the next group. We have Anne from Bobcat, Stephen from Mosso Labs, Jesse from Bicells, Coco from Nova Labs, and Lila from Coindesk. And please join on stage. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
I guess this is the word.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me? Hello? You good?
I can hear you.
I'd love for you guys to just give a brief introduction about what it is you do and give us some background starting at the end.
Sure. My name is Anne. I'm VP of Partnerships at Bobcat. We are based in the US, and now we have over 15 people in the US. We have a bigger team in China, and our US team grew from 1 person last year to 15 since we have shipped more than 400,000 hotspots. And now we are working with FreedomFi and also all the radio guys to launch 5G miners.
Great, and I'm Stephen Leotis. I'm one of the co-founders of Mosso Labs. So we build indoor and outdoor small cell radios to empower all of you to build the Helium 5G network. We're also building other products like cameras and products that will be usable within these ecosystems. So pretty excited to be up here to talk about mobile today.
Yep. And I'm Jesse Rosh, CTO for Bicells North America. Based out of our technical office in Madison, Wisconsin. We also build radios for the Helium network for cellular. And yeah, I focus mostly on integration with Helium and providing the full ecosystem for CBRS 4G and 5G radios.
Hey everyone, my name is Coco Tang. I run consumer product at Nova Labs. You guys may know me as Cokes on Helium Discord. Very happy to be here.
So we're going to get straight into it. Can you talk to us about the journey for launching mobile? Was this always the vision for Helium, or has it been something that's kind of evolved along the way?
Yeah, I think for us, you know, the journey to start 5G and mobile really started in 2021 when FreedomFi announced that they were going to build a 5G hotspot. And then it sort of evolved over time with the Network of Network HIP, which is also known as a Helium Improvement Proposal. And from there, with community feedback, it kind of evolved into what it is today. And with the announcement of the mobile carrier, we're super excited to kind of see how it evolves over time. I mean, this is just the beginning. We've got the supply flywheel going with our wonderful radio vendors here, and then also the demand coming from our mobile subscribers with the first crypto carrier announcement.
Great, thank you. Can you explain to us a little bit more about how the community can get involved?
Absolutely. Is that for me?
Sure. Start. You can start off, and then maybe we can go.
Yeah,
along.
I mean, for Nova Labs and for Helium community in general, I mean, the best way to get involved really is to join us on Discord, and we have various channels to chit chat in, and definitely coming up with different proposal ideas that may work out and help us inform decisions in the future.
Anne, I'm wondering if you can elaborate on that?
Of course, we sell the 5G hotspots. So after FreedomFi, we were the second vendor to be approved to sell the FreedomFi licensed 5G hotspot, which we call the Bobber 500. We only started recently, so it's only just the start. But of course, other than buying the hardware, we also have a lot of content we're doing. So basically this year, one of our focuses is try to make more educational content so that technical or non-technical users can also understand a little bit more about what is 5G and how do you do it. So for example, we have a YouTube channel. Right now we only have about like 3,000 followers. This is not a lot, but we have a Bobber Academy, which is a podcast. We have already done 5 episodes. And in these 5 episodes, we actually have invited Mofo Labs and Bicells and FreedomFi, and we plan to invite more people from the ecosystem. Maybe next time we can invite Coco to be on the show to really talk about like how to understand 5G, like making crypto and mining is one part, and then understanding the technology, the network, the deployment, and long-term use is the other thing. Because when we sell hardware to users, not only do we want to do customer support and better help do this, we also want to make sure that we're in this for the long term. And in order to be in this in the long term, you need to understand a little bit more. And of course, in that process of doing the podcast and talking to the different guest speakers, we learn a lot along the way so that we can also adapt and improve our product to make sure that we're all in this for the long term.
Great, thank you. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about mobile mining rewards. Can you help the audience understand, like, do different types of hardware mine more mobile? How does it work?
Yeah, I can jump in there. So, everyone knows right now we're in this mobile genesis period, which is defined as this 100-day period, which started, I guess it was maybe a month ago at this point. But you have 3 categories of radios. The indoor radio, which earns, they say, 1x of mobile token rewards. And then you have the outdoor radio, which we have on display out here to check out, earns 2.5x. And so it's a little bit more difficult to install, requires more effort, but provides a lot more coverage. So we're rewarding people more for putting up those radios. And then there's a third one. I'll let Jesse, you want to tell him about the third radio?
Power?
Yeah, the high power one.
Yeah, and I don't remember, is that 5x now?
I think it's 4x.
4x, yeah.
I think it's 4x.
So 4x, so obviously in this Genesis period, we're trying to make it simple and incentivize, right, the first adopters in building this network. But very soon, right, this Genesis period ends. And as far as like, how do I get more rewards, it really just comes down to, are you providing new coverage? How large is that coverage, right? If you have a high power radio with a large sector antenna on it, obviously you're going to have a better option or better ability to provide that coverage. And also, like, where are you located? Are you vertically high enough? Are you in a dense enough area? So being able to provide new coverage and have some sort of density, that's going to matter a lot. So I know, like, at earlier session, there's a lot of jokes about putting a bunch of radios at the same location in the future. That isn't going to help you. But Genesis period, sure, you can get away with that. But I think a lot of the focus is starting to shift towards, you know, am I creating new coverage? How large is that coverage? And yeah, if you have a very high location and you're able to take advantage of the high power, that's usually the direction you probably want to go. If you're maybe a single-family home, maybe the low power might work a little better since you're not getting enough height to maybe penetrate, you know, enough blocks. So it really depends where you're located, and then, you know, maybe how could you also potentially find new locations. There's a lot of new companies that have kind of formed, a lot of integrators that have came to market that are trying to take advantage of this. They're going around and talking to a lot of landowners, a lot of tower owners, and building owners. So anywhere that there could be a tall vertical asset, if you're in a city, if you talk to the building owner of that building, maybe you can get rights to the roof, right? So there's a lot of companies that are going around trying to build this massive, you know, super user kind of network based on Helium. But yeah, I think location is going to be the key. And then, again, just trying to provide new coverage and picking the radio that makes sense for that is going to be what brings the most rewards.
Yeah, I just want
And to elaborate on what Jesse said, you know, we're in this Genesis period right now. And looking forward to post-Genesis, how do we really engage in proof of coverage of these small cell radios? And, you know, something that the core team is putting together is considering a usefulness score for every single radio. Is it providing useful coverage, right? As Jesse was saying, we don't want people deploying 10s to 20s of indoor radios in a basement because it's not providing useful coverage. So what we want to do is kind of get all of these different data points from the things we know about the radio, how it's set up, you know, also looking at publicly available data sets. Is the radio installed in a commercial space? Because that we know is more useful for mobile subscribers of the network, right? So that'll increase your usefulness score and potentially earn you better mobile rewards. So that's really important for us to look into the future and to consider.
You're referring to this usefulness score. As a user, how do I see that? How do I interact with that? How do I know what I'm doing is on the right?
Yeah, so all of this will be represented in a HIP, a Helium Improvement Proposal, to go over what each individual components are and how that may affect the score at the end of the day. And of course, because we are, you know, very much transparent in how we convey that information, you would be able to check as a hotspot owner the usefulness score of all your radios. And of course, as a mobile subscriber, the more useful area you're in, the better it is for you to engage with the Helium 5G network.
Anne, I'm wondering if you can answer this. What have been some of the trends you've seen for hardware makers in this 5G rollout?
Are you talking about challenges?
Yeah.
So I think if anybody joined Helium last year, I think we were all familiar with what happened with COVID, all the supply chain shortage. With all of that, I think every individual maker tried their very best. And for Bobcat, since we started early last year, we were able to ship all the 400,000 LoRa miners. So basically now we have no backlog, and we were able to eventually and slowly pick up. So now that our shipping speed for the LoRa IoT hotspots is back to 7 business days from when at the longest time it used to be 28 weeks. Now because we've had that experience in the past, so we have secured enough supply chain components for our 5G hotspots. So right now what we can do is next business day shipping. And then we are also trying to look at the market, trying to look at the demand so that we can really see how many more we should start having the factories manufacture and ship so that we want to make sure the customers, if they want to buy it, they get it soon, they get it now. And other than that, because we started with hardware, but we as a product and dev team, we have really evolved to adapt and grow with the community. So early on this year, we started our own Bobber app to work with all the different Maker app requirements. And right now, we have over 100,000 users on our Bobber app who are using the Bobber app to deep link into their Helium wallets and monitoring all the hotspots. And going back to a little bit of the usefulness you were saying earlier, so one thing that you need to see whether you're providing valid 5G coverage is whether you have that speed. So basically, it's quality of service. And we are trying with the Bobber app to make sure that we give users the ability to remotely monitor and to see, are the gateways providing the required speed? So today, if you actually link the Bobber app with the Helium wallet and monitor either your Freedom Fi or Bobber 500 5G gateways, you will be able to see what is the speed test and what is the basically the speed your gateway is providing. And that's really important because after Genesis, if your gateways don't meet that speed requirements, you won't make mobile because you're not providing quality and useful coverage for the network.
And I think one of the challenges that we're all coming together here is how do we install more radios and also empower people with the knowledge on where best to place the radio. We've been talking about usability, and I think that's incredibly important going forward, with the T-Mobile announcement from this morning. How do we provide people with the knowledge and really the capability to self-install these radios? I mean, if anyone in the audience has tried to install these outdoor radios, it can be tricky. Where do you point it? How do I get the best rewards? How do I set myself up for best proof of coverage and data transfer as the rewards shift to that a bit later? So I think, on your point, Ann, we're providing these radios, but we need to provide educational tools and the software interfaces that will allow you to, find the best location, this usefulness score, figure out how, is my installation providing the coverage that I want, and how can I potentially optimize that? And so, looking at beyond the hardware itself, providing visibility into the network.
You mentioned that you want the user to have like a smooth experience. I'm wondering if you can elaborate on how you're going to do that, because you briefly mentioned like setting up a Helium hotspot. You have to be a pretty technical person to be able to understand it. It's not an easy thing to do. How is this going to be different?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. I think there's a lot of technicalities and complexities with these radios in general. Like we got up here, I think it was last session, we talked about CBRS and SAS and all these acronyms. What do they mean? How does that work for the normal person? I think most people here, maybe even on the watching on YouTube or wherever, very technical. But how do we expand it so that anyone can access and we can enable more people with the capability to do it? So I think one thing is just removing barriers, and all of that is just looking at customer experience, customer interfaces, and I know everyone on here has been through the CPI approval process. There's just complexities that we can continue to make it simpler, and that's all software and getting feedback from the community. So we'd love to hear your feedback on Discord and emails, whatever it is, in the person, and we can try to make it all better together as a community.
Yeah. And to add to that, anyone that's deployed, it's a pretty simple process from like software point of view. Like you have the app, you do some scanning, you upload some pictures if you're doing the CPI installation for outdoors. But it is a fairly straightforward, easy process. So I think Helium, the solution as a whole, has done a very great job to simplify that part, which is the most challenging and most complex, setup for any kind of LTE 5G network. So I think that piece is actually pretty done well, right? The gateway automatically programs the radio accordingly. So from the big thing we normally see is like the physical part of it. Like, how do I mount this thing outside? Where do I put it? That part, yeah, there's maybe a slight learning curve. It's more of a professional install. But, we're actually working too on trying to make more videos and try to explain this a little bit easier. Grounding is a whole other thing that maybe not a lot of people are doing properly, but done right, that's a whole course in itself, is understanding how grounding works and everything there. But the physical installation, I think that as long as someone gets that locked down, then they can kind of scale pretty quickly, because the actual software components is kind of automatic.
Coco, I'd like to bring it back to you. Can you talk a little bit to us about what's coming next for Helium 5G? Is there anything you can speak to us about the development work on proof of coverage and mapping? We'd love to hear more about that.
Yeah, I mean, with the announcement today, we're really excited to kind of see where proof of coverage is going to evolve into. I actually brought a little piece of hardware with me today. This is our spot mapper that some of you may have seen on Discord, little sneak peek shots, but it's about the size of an iPhone, the older iPhone, not the new one. And this mapper is pretty magical. It's got 4 different radios, so it has IoT, so it connects to the LoRaWAN network that are existing original hotspots deployed. It has mobile, so it can connect to 5G networks, which is what its primary use is supposed to be. It's going to, you carry this in your pocket, you turn it on, and it just scans and attaches to cell towers, to 5G radios that these lovely people have manufactured, and it can tell the network whether the radio is where it says it's supposed to be. And the beauty of this mapper is that not only can it kind of scan the 5G networks around you, but it relays that data, the result of its scan, over the IoT network. So now it kind of combines the two subnetworks together to sort of create this holistic experience. And we've got a lot of great future thinking things for this mapper. It won't do just mapping things, so we're really excited to show you guys what this little gadget is all about.
And we've just got a little bit of time left, but I want to hear from you guys as hardware makers and distributors. What's next?
Good question. I think for now, definitely one of our new focuses for this year is to make sure that our Bopper 500 can really serve the market. And in order to do that, I think we've learned a lot from supply chain issues and how to make sure that we can really meet the demand. But other than that, I do actually want to talk a little bit more about our hardware capability. So for example, the team that we have in Taiwan that designed the Bopper 500 also used to design Xbox. So they do have a lot of experience and capability in there. And other than that, all the components that we use are the latest in the industry. We want to make sure that we build this to last. Of course, there are a lot of different tiers of customers. You're either in this for the crypto, or you're in this for the network use. You might be in this for the short term, for the mobile genesis, or you might be here in the long term for the deployment. And for a 5G deployment, it will be years and years and years. So we want to make sure that you buy our products, and after a couple years or more years, the products will still live. And that's what we make sure. And also, we have also positioned our manufacturing capabilities in Taiwan just to make sure the product is made in Taiwan, because everything is, we consider this with long-term strategy just to make sure that we will always be here to adapt and grow and make sure we don't fall behind.
Great, thank you. Stephen and Jesse, do you have anything quick to add?
I'll just quickly talk. I mean, we're building these radios, and we're going to look forward at where are the right use cases, higher power, maybe cheaper devices that are more accessible. So we're looking at those options for LTE and then 5G soon. And the other thing we're looking at building are use cases. So we have CBRS cameras that we're going to be launching towards the end of this year. People can buy CBRS cameras and connect them to the Helium network. You can think of it like a ring system that runs on Helium. Video analytics, you'll be able to use it for all kinds of different security use cases. So we're looking at things like that, beyond the radios and enabling more people to use the network that we're building.
Yeah, it's kind of similar. So with buy cells, we kind of take the equipment we've already built. So all the Helium radios that are being sold today, they were already geared towards private LTE for the CBRS market. Helium just kind of came about, and that product line works very perfectly for this. But yeah, we are also working on a new set of Helium-focused products. Can't make any special announcements yet today, but we'll have some pretty new, exciting products coming down the pipeline, this year yet still.
Great. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the last panel. Reminder to everybody, if you can hear me, first of all, for everybody in the back who probably can't hear me right now, again, we're trying our best. The team over here is working really hard to make sure we can make improvements to the sound. If you are going to the back, please help just do a part. Get everybody to speak in a little bit lower voices. If you need to have a conversation, take it outside, take it to one of the other back rooms or downstairs. We're doing the best we can on our side from a production perspective, but if everybody can help out in that of keeping conversations softer in the back, taking those outside, would genuinely appreciate it. So just my PSA there. So anyway, thank you for discussion in the last panel. I saw Coco checking out the new mapper. How many folks actually have done mapping themselves? Just show of hands. All right, well, that number is definitely going to go up significantly when we start to get into things around mobile and 5G, so pretty excited about what's coming up there, more ways to get involved and participate in the network. There's some messaging about kind of, again, the idea of reducing barriers, and I know the last panel talked about that in terms of front end and a product perspective, but I think that's also an important thing to discuss with respect to talent and bringing more folks into the industry around crypto, around Web3 and wireless. So our next panel is going to discuss that a little bit more from a different perspective on how are we actually opening up the funnels, how are we reducing the barriers to bringing more talent into the ecosystem, different diverse backgrounds, different perspectives. It's good for all the things that we're building together as a community. So if we can welcome up the next panel, Vanessa, Parker, Brian, and Anita from TechCrunch, if you can join me on stage. Thank you, everybody. And again, let's just try to keep the discussion down there a little bit softer spoken, please.
Oh, I think I'm supposed to sit on that side. That's fine. All right, I think we're ready to get started here, yeah? Yeah.
I think we are.
Awesome. It's good to see everyone. I'm Anita Ramaswamy. I'm a senior crypto and fintech reporter at TechCrunch, and I will let all of these lovely people introduce themselves. Maybe if Vanessa, you want to start?
Hi everyone, my name is Vanessa. I'm a managing partner at Aglaé Ventures. We're an early stage Web3 fund. We invest in pre-seed, seed, and Series A. I've been in a space since 2013, early in Bitcoin, and then I was one of the first employees at Consensus and worked for another investment fund prior to that.
Hi everyone, it's great to be here. My name is Parker J. Potirot. I'm on the investment team at FinTech Collective's DeFi Fund. We're an early stage crypto native fund based in New York. I'm also on the founding team of Boys Club, which is a social club, community, and DAO designed for women in Web3.
Excellent, thank you very much. My name is Brian Schuster. I'm the founder of DevMint School, where we take senior Web 2 developers, train them in the Solidity Web 3 stack, and then place them with organizations. Our real goal is to help fill the talent needs that we have in this space. We have so many great opportunities here and not enough people to fill them. And part of our mission is to help fill that gap with great enthusiastic talent.
I think since we're here today to talk about bringing people into the Web3 space, it'd be cool to hear each of you just briefly share how you got into Web3.
Sure. So I went to a tech meetup in New York. There was a lot of like enterprise tech and Web 2 tech. And then there was the founder of the Bitcoin exchange who was presenting. And he said, well, come and see us at the Bitcoin exchange downtown. So I went and my mind got blown away. I don't think I saw the opportunity at the time with Bitcoin as much as I did with Ethereum. And how I got into Consensus was that I was fundraising for my company, and my co-founder wanted to fundraise with Joe Lubin, and he says, we should meet with him and maybe he'll fund our company. And it turns out we hit it off, and we totally, understood, what he was trying to do, and we joined the company.
Great. Parker?
Yeah, I feel like I had a little bit of an untraditional path into this space. I've always been very interested in systems of power and was actually studying something in school called critical theory. And the general sentiment sort of within my major and liberal arts school was actually pretty anti-tech. But I just went down this internet rabbit hole reading about AI, brain-machine interfaces, a lot of like deep tech and bleeding edge tech, and started making a lot of connections between what I was studying in school and the potential that I saw for these technologies to reshape the world, but for better or worse. And when I found out about blockchain, I'd actually known about crypto for a while. And at first I sort of was like, okay, token prices, not really for me. But I started looking deeper into blockchain and actually really had this light bulb moment of, wow, blockchain is just like all of these other technological innovations that came before it, like the World Wide Web, computing, the internet, and it has the potential to fundamentally reshape not only our financial infrastructure, but our supply chains, our manufacturing, our data, our identity, our privacy. And so that's what really drew me into this space.
Thank you.
I guess I'll keep it brief. So what ended up happening was I was interested in investing at some point. I think this was about 2016 or so. And I really wasn't interested in stocks. I wasn't interested in doing any sort of real investing. But I thought, oh, there's these things that look like called cryptocurrency. I guess I'll start looking at that and try that. And I wasn't interested in the tech at all. Then probably the next 6 months or so, I started seeing these crazy price variations. I started seeing a lot of stuff, and I started thinking, what is actually going on here? This is not like anything I've seen before. This is not like anything I've actually worked with. And so I probably spent about a year actually studying the technology, and it took me about that full year to really get it, to understand why they were doing the things the way they were, why the technology was done in such a way, why did you need decentralization, etc. And I pretty much became a fan from that point. I started writing about it, teaching people about it, and really became a big cheerleader for the industry. That was my path forward.
Awesome. Thank you, Brian. So one thing I want to talk about is inclusivity in Web3 specifically. It means different things to different people, and different organizations have different ways of going about it, right? You have like maybe quotas or manifestos, principles, different ways that people think about bringing a diverse set of people into the space. So within all of your different work and your jobs, how do you think through inclusivity and bringing in an actually diverse set of builders?
Yeah. I think within Boys Club specifically, one thing that we've really noticed is there's so many different touch points, right, for crypto. There's social organization and DAOs, there's art and NFTs, there's trading and token prices. And one thing that we really emphasize within Boys Club, right, is that there are all of these different touch points. And I think time and time again, like talking to people in our community, like what draws them in is actually something different than maybe they expected or anticipated. Actually, one of my best friends is an artist. So for a very long time, I was trying to get her into crypto, get her excited about it by talking about NFTs. And that never resonated with her. But once I started sending her stuff I was reading and like peer-reviewed research on DAOs and social mobilization within crypto, she was hooked and actually created her own DAO in London for artists. And so I think like that really goes to speak to, there's so many different access points, and it's really important to be very like exploratory. And when you present this sort of idea of like crypto and Web3 to people, and show them that it's so much more than just what they might read about or what their initial mental model of it might be.
Yeah, what we've seen is the numbers in tech and crypto have not really changed at the developer level. Yeah. So I think the number of women, and I'm talking about the women's side, but it's also the same on the minority side. Number of women graduating from computer science, 30%. It doesn't change. So there's a lack of, it's just a pure numbers game where there's less women developers in the space, which means less women leading projects in the space, less women being a role model for other women. And, so it's kind of like a vicious circle. I don't want to seem negative, and there's a lot of things you can do. And like Boys Club is like an amazing organization. There's tons of organizations that are trying to focus on the developer side. And I think that's where we can make a lot of impact, whether it's sponsoring people at school, whether it's bringing people to hackathons, and just opening up the possibility that you can be part of it and that there is no barriers to entry, like in the consumer part, where it's much more open, where you can be part of a DAO, where you can buy NFTs, et cetera. I feel like on the technical side, there might still be some impediments there.
So I think the approach that I've seen here, particularly when you do something new like this, is really getting a good sense of what exactly is your mission for this new thing you want to build, whatever this space is. For us, it's really to go out there and get as many talented people as we can from the world and bring them into the space. And I think a lot of people do that part of it. But then the next phase of it really comes from, well, where are you going to find those folks? Where are you going to find them? And I think a lot of people can get their head wrapped around a mission, but can't get their head wrapped around, well, you may need to look in unconventional places for you to be able to go and do that, to go and find those folks. Everybody wants to go to like the nice, clean career fair where you're going to go and you're going to get a type of individual. It's a whole nother thing to basically go and look at like some random Discord channel that's out there, and now you're talking to people you never would have talked to before. I mean, like one of the groups that I've spoken with is actually a server that's just people who are just fascinated with technology. Like they're literally like, some of them are like, flipping burgers in your day job, and yet are now building like these networks on their own to basically go and do that. I think that the way that you fulfill your mission is by almost throwing out your preconceptions on where you're going to find folks, what they're supposed to look like, how they're supposed to act, and really stay focused on who are the people that we're really trying to impact here. What is that mission that we have here, and where can we go and find those folks and really do it without any preconception about where they're coming from. And I find that you get a really diverse group of folks coming in when you make that happen, and you really put that in place.
Just to kind of add on to that and piggyback off of that, like Wall Boys Club is focused on inclusivity, and while we are sort of designed for women and have that sort of voice and brand, we don't see inclusivity as being a women's affinity group or a sorority. Like we see inclusivity as being inclusive to everyone. And a lot of people come to me and have this sort of misconception of like, oh, I'm a guy, I can't be in the Boys Club Discord. I'm like, no, you totally can. Like, come in. And so we've been really intentional about that as well. And I think that's like really important in thinking about like what does inclusivity look like in Web3, and like what do we want that to look like 5 years from now? Is that just going to be groups of dudes and groups of girls like segregated? Like hopefully not. So like that's one thing that we've been really intentional about in our building too.
So Parker, you mentioned, coming from this like liberal arts background and studying critical theory and some of the criticisms of tech that you've heard, and I've run into a lot of that as well. And so I'm just curious about how you all think through like bringing new people into the space when one of the biggest criticisms is sort of like the volatility of crypto, and perhaps when people are coming in from marginalized communities or like different backgrounds, that could be, I mean, this isn't my wording, but I've heard criticisms of it being sort of predatory in some ways. Like what advice would you maybe give to people who are looking to enter the space and are worried about those sorts of things?
I mean, I think like, first of all, acknowledging that scams happen or are real is really important. Like there are a lot of scams in crypto. There are also a lot of scams everywhere else in the world. So I think like, first of all, acknowledging that, and then also providing the resources to really dive in deeper, and just like really encouraging people to do their own research, showing them what to look out for, like being sort of like a helping hand, I'd say, like along the way, would be my response to that.
Yeah, and actually thinking about what I do, and I think of what I take my students through as an introduction, because they're really excited about the space, they want to go in there. Yeah. But I have a lesson that I literally call like the fear of God lesson that's right at the beginning of the course, which is really saying this is a really exciting place. But if you're going to be building protocols, if you're going to be going out into the world and handling people's money, you got to take that careful. You have no clue how dangerous this stuff actually is. You have no clue how that is there, what's out there. There's this really exciting part of this that we want people to be a part of. That's what gets them latched on. But there's a certain point where you have to let them in on what the full picture really looks like here, and really show them this is the beast you're actually dealing with here, and being honest with them about what that actually looks like. There are scams, there are things that are out there, and you can only protect them so much before you go out there and say, I trust you and respect you enough that if I'm going to give you this information, you're going to use it out there, that you're going to look into this, and that if you're going to make a mistake, it's okay. I've gotten locked into scams, I've lost things in this way, but you're doing things to make sure that you're not going out with reckless regard. But I think at a certain point, once you give them the information, if you respect them enough, you basically say, this is up to you now, you're part of this community, welcome, be careful. At least that's the way I approach it.
Yeah. One thing I've been thinking about a lot is when, all three of you are sort of, and this discussion is focused on bringing in new developers and new builders and creators into crypto, but there's also the user side, right, and diversifying that. So I'm just curious, do you think those two things are interconnected, and in what ways?
Actually, I'll start with this one. So I think we do have a lot of problems with the way that we onboard people today, particularly just from a user interface problem. And I really look at the wallet as being the main area where we have a lot of challenges built in. And when we talk about diversity, it's that you basically have to be a developer to use these wallets really effectively. You have to be a developer to really understand what's going on, how to use gas, how to deal with errors and things like that. And I think that in order to get to the next level, we really need, one, we need great user design people actually in the space thinking through how should people use wallets. And then two, actually building wallets for specific use cases. So we can say, okay, if you're in gaming, you have this sort of wallet. If you're investing, you have this sort of wallet. And I think until we really take that deeply and to say we are not doing a good enough job with user design, we have to innovate on this area, I don't think we're going to get very far. And I think to answer the other part of it, we really do need developers who are really focused on that specifically and saying, how do we make this easier for folks to get involved?
I'll piggyback on this and more from the entrepreneur's perspective and how we look at it when we invest in companies and when I was at Consensus. So the user-centric aspect and also the onboarding of new employees and your capacity to basically create excitement as a founder about what your mission is crucial in onboarding new talent, because it's going to speak to them. If someone is already in the space, they got it, they understand. But if you're able to really communicate that very clearly and feel so that people feel they're part of that journey, I think you'll be very successful, and then you'll create not only diverse companies, but also products that are more in tune with their audience.
Brian, I would actually push back a little bit against something you said. I totally agree. User experience and user design is crucial, and we definitely need that to be better within this space. But I actually think you don't have to be a developer. You don't have to be technical to learn about what gas is or how to use a wallet. And I actually think in my personal experience, I've seen a lot of people that feel really intimidated about getting into crypto because they're not a developer. They don't have that technical expertise, and actually just encouraging them and saying, you know what, it's okay. It's totally fine. And we need more skills outside of that within crypto too. That kind of encouragement has helped them a lot. And I think it's sort of like a sharing of knowledge, right? Showing that you don't have to be a dev, hopping on a Zoom with someone, right, and helping them set up their wallet or explain that to them. But to go back to your sort of initial question, I do think we are at a really, really interesting stage of this industry right now. It's still super early. And what that means is anyone who's interested in it is inherently shaping what this is, whether that's the tools we're building, the culture we're building, the community we're building, our sort of reputation in this space. So I do think users, there is a tight sort of feedback loop between users and I guess creators in the space. And I think that speaks to the high level of emphasis, right, that all of these protocols and companies put on ownership, right? The ultimate goal of a lot of these protocols and companies for their users is actually to convert those users into owners and to foster that ownership. And I think that's the best way to develop your roadmap too, right? We all know that user input and user research is crucial, and when you actually have those users and you empower them with the ability and responsibility and freedom to start their own projects and sort of take that in their own way, that's super powerful.
Thanks, Parker. So I want to end this on a note of positivity, because I feel we're all here because we feel that there's things to be hopeful about in Web3. And so I guess, having discussed some of the hurdles, already kind of past that, what are some bright spots that you're seeing? Like, projects you're excited about that you feel are generating true utility and also helping onboard a diverse set of people into the space?
I see a lot of great organizations like Boys Club that are focused on bringing in more women developers. There's also things like Black Girls Code and things like that. So really great initiatives. I would hope that everyone in this room sees them as resources in their process, because it's a great way to surface talent. And I think, if we work maybe a little bit more with universities earlier on and boot camps, etc., and if we make that a priority, I think it's really important to still be intentional. Whether it's in Web3 or any, I used to work in traditional finance, it's the same thing. You have to be intentional about what the results that you want to get, and then find a way and a process to get there. It might be a little bit more difficult, but the results yield great benefits.
Thank you for the kind words. It really means a lot. I'm super bullish on zero knowledge and zero knowledge proofs and zero knowledge rollups, specifically this Darknet ecosystem. I think ZKOs are a super viable solution for scaling Ethereum, but they also are offering completely new paradigms of what we can do with privacy, security, new ways of exchanging value and coordinating. So yeah, if you're building in the ZK space, hit me up, Parker JP on Twitter. I'm also super excited about novel and alternate governance mechanisms like consensus voting, and I'm really bullish on all the design space that we still have to explore in that area as well.
Actually, I think I'm most encouraged by what I'm going to call the new industry that's kind of cropping up. Because I've been in this space since 2016, 2017, and everything, all the hot startups and all these people that were building were really truly new blockchains, new protocols, new things that were really techie and deep in the space. This is the first time that I'm actually seeing what I would call consumer-facing startups coming out and actually using the technology, but really focused on end users. I mean, a couple of the companies I advise are really trying to think, how do we integrate Web3? How do we use these things? But then what do we do for the end user? And for me, this is presenting the biggest opportunity for folks to start building and actually doing stuff with companies they can recognize, or products they can recognize. Protocols, you often have to do a lot to get involved and be useful for those organizations, but here there's a lot of space for building good user interfaces, building analytics, building, back-end services, and that's what makes me incredibly encouraged about our future. That we now have these organizations that look more familiar for people to get on board, even though we're in the early stages of it.
Thank you so much, Brian, Parker, Vanessa. This was a great conversation.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a reminder to please keep your voices down while our panels are in session. Again, please keep your voices down while our panels are in session. Thank you so much.
My t-shirt swag. All right, so keeping things moving. We're actually going to blow right through break. Crypto's a marathon. I think everybody can handle that. All right, next conversation. This one's certainly near and dear to my heart as a New York local. Talking a little bit about connectivity with Senet in New York. So I'm going to welcome up Dave and Mark for our next discussion.
You got it. Thank you. There you go. Okay. All set. Let's get your t-shirt back. That's all I'm doing. All right. How you doing, Dave?
Good, Mark. How's it going?
Not too bad. Thank everybody for giving us, I think we've got, 15, 20 minutes for this discussion. So I don't have to, I guess, introduce myself. I'm Mark from the Nova team. We have Dave Chendall here. You want to give a quick introduction, Dave?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. I'm Dave Chendall. I'm the CTO and head of operations at a startup called Senet Incorporated. We're one of the founding members of the LoRa Alliance and was the first company to get FCC certification for LoRaWAN devices and gateways back in 2015 time. We provide a connectivity platform, so a core network for LoRaWAN devices, as well as a carrier-grade public network in parts of the United States.
2015. Was anybody here doing LoRaWAN in 2015? You were. Well, no, that's Steve. Yeah, Steve was doing that.
So technically at the time, it was before LoRaWAN. It was actually called LoRaMAC at the time, before the LoRa Alliance, and that actually was 2014 when we got going to get
right.
there.
Fascinating. The Helium Network and Senet have, at this point, a relatively long-standing relationship. I'm trying to remember when we first announced that we were partnering. Feels like it was at least a year ago,
Yeah,
right?
at least a year ago, probably a little more, yep.
Yeah, and so for those of you who don't recall, so when the Helium network was launched, we were building this crazy open decentralized LoRaWAN network, and immediately every single person rushed to the assumption that we were trying to put all the carriers out of business, right? So Senet is part of, how many LNSs are there? 100 plus across the world that actively build physical LoRaWAN networks and sell products and services on top of it. I'll admit that on day one, that might have been what we tried to do, right? We had intentions of just sort of blowing over the entire ecosystem. That's not what we're doing now, but I will ask a question. What was, I guess, your impression and the incumbent operator impression of what the Helium community was trying to do?
Right, and I think it actually starts before that relationship, before Helium really had embraced the LoRaWAN ecosystem. So certainly at the time, we were a bit frustrated with what was going on.
Sure.
And as Helium embraced the LoRaWAN protocol specifications and the ecosystem, we really saw this as a unique opportunity. So we see the coverage of these large countries like the United States, Australia, large parts of the world, as one that will always be challenging. And our idea from the beginning was that in order for IoT and low power wide area IoT to work, our customers and we needed to take advantage of every natural advantage that was in the ecosystem. So partnering with Helium at that point started to make more and more sense to say there's this fantastic group of people out there deploying gateways, making them available. We can provide access to our customers again, and that really is a win-win, rising tide floats all boats sort of scenario.
Yeah.
It took us a little while to get there for sure, but
Right.
I think it was that observation that, again, I don't know how many gateways or hotspots there were at the time, but hundreds of thousands, almost 1 million hotspots now.
Right.
You have to take advantage of that in order for the ecosystem to grow.
Yeah, and so for those of you who are not familiar with how Helium and Senet work together, so today what we've built is a massive sort of combined coverage network where Senet provides an enterprise carrier grade front end to all of the coverage that Helium is providing. And we've done what's called a roaming integration to basically enable any Senet device that gets onboarded to use both the Senet core coverage and the Helium coverage at the same time. I want to talk a bit about the announcement that we made today, or that you guys made today, about the New York City use case and the growing coverage there. But before we get there, can you give us, let's say 30 seconds on how you and the executive leadership team and the engineering team at Senet became convinced that this was a network that you wanted to integrate with? Like this was something that you could use and tell your customers about.
Yeah, so I think for us, it was the observation that we made from our core network, observing what was happening in the Helium ecosystem. So with our gateways, primarily 64-channel gateways that are covering mostly utility-style deployments, we see everything. And so we were seeing a lot of the proof of coverage packets coming up, and we saw that trend increasing and increasing.
Yeah.
Where, again, it became obvious to us that the ecosystem was going to deploy, certainly in areas that we had coverage, but also in areas we didn't, and in areas that augmented coverage for our customers. And I think from our earliest kind of conception of that, before we knew how dense things were in New York City, for example, that was really the opportunity. It was take a core Senet network and augment that with dense coverage and enhanced coverage from the Helium ecosystem.
Did you, and I guess, do you now have enterprises coming to you saying, we're intrigued by the idea of the Helium network, but you give us more features that we're used to? Can we marry those?
Yes. So again, it's not just the network that we offer, but the core network platform as well. And so we have a very, very rich set of, we call it OSS and BSS tools, so the operational and business support system tools that enable our customers to manage their deployments at scale. Our customers can bring their own gateways. Our customers can bring Helium hotspots if they want to, with the relationship that we have now. But the tools that we provide for visibility and control of the end devices and the gateways that they're managing as well are industry leading. So again, carrier class and a core system that is also carrier class. So very, very high uptimes and availability of the core network, and a rich set of support services that we offer them in order to make all of their operational practices successful. In addition to that, we also offer a set of services kind of early in their development arrangement to guide them through the process of how to think about device constraints and characteristics, as well as how to think about networks and network deployments, and how to think about the Helium network that may be there that they can take advantage of as well.
Right. I mean, as the coverage grows, that becomes even more important, right? Where you take an enterprise that has some idea or some number of devices in the field, but needs to know how to get from 1,000 to 10,000 or 10,000 to 100,000.
Right.
And that, for as long as LoRaWAN has been around, no one has completely nailed this yet.
Right.
Yeah.
And we're 100% focused on those 100,000 million device use cases and driving that and making that successful and easy to deploy and easy to use for our end customers. One of the tools that I'll mention is that when it comes to network planning, we give our customers a rich set of those tools so they can look at our network, they can look at how they augment that with their own gateways, and recently we added the ability to overlay that with the Helium coverages as well. So they can do full planning maps out there that will tell them what kind of coverage they get from us, how many hotspots are near every single one of their endpoint locations.
So cool. Yeah, so if you go to Senet's website, you can click around a bit and see it, or do you have to log into the app to see it? I'm not sure how.
So we have a public map where you can see the overlay, but if you want to get the detailed coverage of exactly how many hotspots are how close, then then you need to log in.
Awesome. So let's talk about use cases. So Senet put out a press release, I think yesterday, or was it today?
Yeah, I think it was yesterday.
Yesterday, basically talking about a growing amount of usage that you have in the New York City area with a handful of use cases relying on the Helium network. So give us a quick summary of that. Like, what was that all about?
Right, so we're really kind of talking about 3 key use cases that we wanted to highlight. There's many, many more, but 3 key ones. I'll start with the one that's been around the longest for us. So it's in food safety. A partner of ours has been instrumenting all of the food carts and food trucks in New York City with GPS locations so that the Department of Health can come and do a surprise inspection, give them a letter grade, just like they do for the fixed restaurants. We provided our carrier grade coverage for certain areas in the greater 5 boroughs for that. What was amazing to us really was that when we did the relationship with Helium, we made that integration, that we saw a huge increase in the amount of coverage and the number of connected devices that we had as those areas where the food carts and food trucks were operating grew, particularly over the COVID time period. So human patterns changed, where people were working changed, where the food carts and food trucks were going to be in the city changed as part of that.
And how many food trucks and carts are there in New York City?
So right now I believe there's somewhere in the vicinity of 6,000 that are being tracked.
Fascinating. And it's just a simple GPS sensor?
It is. There's a few gotchas that the city and I guess the union for the food cart people put on top of us in terms of how much data could be collected and over what periods of the day it could be collected. So it's only allowed to be collected, I think, from like 5 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock in the evening, which is when they're typically operating. So we're not tracking anybody as they bring their food cart home.
Fascinating. And so this is a sensor deployed using the Senet device management, network management tooling.
Yep.
And then the data flows through your core wireless infrastructure, but will touch the Helium network if it has to.
Exactly, right.
Fascinating.
And we've made some changes to that with that customer's approval to optimize their devices for use of the Helium network.
Right.
Absolutely, yeah.
Interesting.
So that was one. All right. So the next one I want to talk about is connected building space.
Okay.
So a lot of interest and talk around that. So we have a partner now who is again deploying in New York City with a full suite of products for the connected building space. So water leak detection, gas leak detection, building management, temperature, humidity, the full 9 yards with that. And they're just getting started now, but again, relying heavily on the coverage that the Helium network provides because of how dense it is and the ability to reach into the buildings from what our typical carrier network was, which was really more outdoor oriented.
Yeah, you're losing your microphone, by the way. Yeah, it's fascinating, right? Because if you look at the Helium network map for Manhattan and the 5 boroughs, there's probably too much coverage, quite frankly, right? And from someone who builds networks in a traditional way like Senet, you probably look at the map and say, like, what the hell is going on here? But it does give you the benefit of getting indoor, in-building coverage and densifies the entire thing.
Right. And I guess there's 2 sides to that. Right. So from an economic side, too much coverage. From a use side, we love the amount of coverage that we're getting.
I mean, we're certainly happy that there's ample coverage in New York and all the other
So the final use case I want to talk about is maybe the most interesting and the highest scaled one. So that's a gas safety initiative that we're working on. So this has to do with the natural gas systems in the city, Greater Long Island as well, and providing a comprehensive gas safety solution there. There's several partners that are participating in this, but this includes 3 components. So it includes the gas meter itself, it includes methane leak detectors, and it includes the gas shutoff valve. And all three of those are networked together as a single application so that in the event of a gas leak, the gas main is shut off. And this works even in natural disaster scenarios. So even when like everybody's power goes out, all of the gas mains are flooded over, with Hurricane Sandy, with tide waters, things like that. So very, very exciting. And again, because of the challenging topography and where those gas systems are in the buildings, which is primarily at grade in the basements and challenging areas like this again is what drives the use of the network in that space.
That's fascinating. So are these sensors retrofits? Are you replacing the entire piece of hardware? How does that work?
So it varies. Okay. So certainly we're not replacing any of the physical gas main infrastructure. These are either meter bolt-ons that are going on there. The methane leak is a standalone device that doesn't exist today, except for the homeowner may have one themselves. And then the gas shutoff valve is either integrated with the meter or it's a standalone separate entity that has a external communications model and controller associated on it.
So the use case here is that in the event of an emergency, a leak can be sensed, transmitted, and then that sensor can take a downlink and actually shut off the source.
Right, so quickly shut off the valve. And this is something that's a unique LoRaWAN solution. That's something that we can do very, very well is reach back out and do that quick action on the device and still have the device last for 10, 15, 20 years on battery.
So this is a Class A device?
So some of these are Class A devices, some of those are Class B devices. So the valve is a Class B device.
Interesting. And for those of you who don't know, Class A devices basically just fire off messages and you get a downlink inside of a transmit window on the way down. And then Class B, what's the difference there?
So Class B is actually listening to timing from the network, and it registers for a receive opportunity every so often, so that we can reach out to the device and do something to it. But that's still very low power.
Sure.
So the transmit is a high power alternative to that. In your typical LT Cat M1 device, it would need to be transmitting in order to get that downlink opportunity.
Right. Interesting. So we have their time here. All right. So with New York, if you're open for sort of sharing, generally, like, who's the buyer of the solution? You don't have to name who they are, but like the sort of class of organization or company. And then do you see these solutions being repeatable in other cities across the country?
Right. So the first two examples were what we call system integrators. So those may be super large system integrators or small ones that are working on it, but they're basically providing a full stack solution to the market. So in the case of the food safety, they source the devices, they source network connectivity, they have an application that they provide to the Department of Health, and they sell that completely to the Department of Health. In the last case, it's really a direct operation from a group of partners that are going into the utility. So sometimes as the scale gets very, very large, you're really doing more of a bespoke solution for that particular utility. They have unique requirements, and they're looking to take service directly from Senet for connectivity, directly from a hardware manufacturer for the gear themselves, and maybe they have their own IoT solutions and systems to monitor. They don't call them IoT, but gas safety solutions to monitor that. So we see those as 100% repeatable, absolutely. So that's really the goal. On the utility side, there are a few dozen natural gas utilities in the United States, all of them very large, most of them very large. So we see that as becoming regulation eventually. So required that this safety system must be deployed everywhere. Right. So we see that as very much repeatable. I think the other ones, absolutely, as those continue to grow, and this is always where we have been in the last couple of years in LoRaWAN, is this chicken and egg problem of is there coverage?
Right.
Or do I need to bring my own coverage? Yeah. And again, this is where I think the partnership brings us into a model where our customers really can follow whatever model they like. If they want to bring their own networks, they want to have Senet go build networks, they want to bring hotspots, or they want to take advantage of hotspots that are already there. All of those factors can be brought to bear to solve those different problems. And we see that happening, again, with several of our customers right now in the utility space where we have a core network, but there's areas that we don't reach, but Helium is reaching into those areas.
Do you think, so utilities have been talked about in LoRaWAN for many years as a core market. At least in the United States, have they decided that this is a fit for them generally?
So I think it's too broad to say that they've decided that LoRaWAN is the answer.
And actually, as related to that, do they care, right?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, we care because we think it's the right fit for the use case, but do they just care about a sensor that's going to get them the data they want on a dashboard? Or are they thinking about it as, I need a LoRaWAN-based solution that does X, Y, and Z, specifically for the utilities?
So I think, so nobody wants a LoRaWAN solution because it's LoRaWAN.
Sure.
They always want it because of something else. So in the utility space, the two things that we think are very unique that LoRaWAN allows is that 20-year life cycle. So again, you're talking about meters and things like this. They're looking to replace those once every 20 years. Battery powered over that time period, coupled with the ability to do command and control to the device while still doing that. And that's very uniquely LoRaWAN. So that is what drives that decision, we think. There's one other thing, which is fear, uncertainty, and doubt with the rapidly changing 3GPP cellular ecosystem. So, you know, 3G just went away. 2G burned some people before that. Everyone wonders when the next shoe is dropped. And BIoT is, you know, up in the air in some places. So LoRaWAN gives them a little bit more self-determinism. They can control their own destiny. Certainly we want to be there for that. I know you guys want to be there for that.
We do.
But of course, they can make their own decisions as well.
Right. Okay, so what do we got here? All right, a few more minutes. So I want to end in a minute by you basically telling people how they can get access to Helium coverage through Senet. But if you could, I don't know if you can distill this down to 2 minutes, but let's try it out. Let's say who are you selling to at utilities, or who at a utility makes a decision about to deploy this? Like, what's the typical title inside the sales process?
Right. So I'll start with that, and then we'll end up with the how to get connection
and
everything else. So in the utility space, it varies by market.
Okay.
So in the water utilities, they're much smaller. The companies that are selling products, so the meter manufacturers, those guys are pitching into the water utility itself, which is a relatively small organization in most of these cases. And they're making a determination at that utility level. So maybe for 20,000 meters, 100,000 meters, something along those, it's typical. In the gas side, it's a much bigger problem. So gas utility, like National Grid here, has like 1.5 million subscribers, something like that, or customers. So it's a much bigger organization. A change from one technology to another is a big one that needs to get buy-in from a large part of that organization, and it takes time. With some of these gas utilities, we've been in the sales process for 2.5, 3 years now.
Wow.
So it takes a long time to get there. But once you make the transition, then they're a customer for decades.
That's just so crazy. 24 months for a sales cycle. Much better you guys doing it.
Right, eventually.
You're much better at it than we are.
So just real quick in terms of how to take advantage of the relationship. So all of Senet's customers on our public network, whether or not you take advantage of our carrier-grade infrastructure or you're just using our platform, you all have immediate access without any additional upcharges to the entire Helium network worldwide. So we have customers that have called us up and gone, hey, like, I've got stuff connecting in Saudi Arabia now. Where did that come from? It's like, well, you got Helium coverage right there. So this is where it's all happening. There's a few technical details for anybody who would like to know. Please reach out to me. You can get my contact information here, and we can go through exactly what it is. But like I said, it's that simple. So sign up for public network coverage and get access to Helium. There's no difference in how you receive data from us, how you manage your devices, onboard your devices. It's all exactly the same as it is with us, prior to the Helium relationship.
That's great. And if people want to see an example of an at-scale use case that uses the Senet network with the Helium roaming interface, or roaming integration rather, the NanoThings team is in the back with their pretty fascinating printed tag for all things tracking. Highly recommend you go say hello to them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Dave.
Thanks, Roy.
Cool. Thanks for listening.
All right, thank you, Mark and Dave. It's really amazing all the stuff that we've been able to do with Senet, and excited about all the things that are coming down. So I know that this morning's news about Helium Mobile is still kind of the big buzz, what everybody's talking about right now. But again, it's good to remember that's just one of many, many use cases that Helium enables. The whole reason why we're all here is to rethink wireless infrastructure, whether that is on the LoRaWAN standard, whether that is on broadband. Sorry, I'm going to just keep doing my jig around the chairs here. Good? But again, all what we're doing here is the idea of building better wireless infrastructure for a whole host of use cases. So one of the things that we're really excited about at Foundation is how we continue to make contributions to the community to see more of these things come to life. So for our next panel, I want to invite up the Foundation's Grant Program Manager, Clarissa, along with everybody, Nick, Tanuka, and Dinesh. Please come on up to join us on stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Scott. Yeah, as Scott mentioned, I'm Clarissa. I run the grants program at the Helium Foundation. How many of you are aware that we had a grants program for Helium? Amazing, amazing. Well, yeah, I have the very lucky opportunity to work with all three of our panelists on stage, and I thought I would just give them a few minutes each to share what they're working on, who they are, and then we'll jump into more panel discussions after that. So, Tanuka, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, sure thing. So, welcome. My name is Tanuka Dumulda. I'm from IoT Off-Grid, and with the foundation, what we do is we basically create this hiker tracker program where we provide an open source platform for people to track their hikes. So one of the main use cases we are actually trying to address with this is specifically dangerous hikes and trails where there have been casualties and injuries, and people have to actually undertake very extensive rescue missions. So we hope like our use case would be able to save lives, minimize injury, and also reduce the extent of cost when it comes to rescue operations.
My name's Nick Huff with Lake Street Software. We're the creators of Helium Vision, which some of you may know us from, and now we're currently working on Uplink Engine, which is our product related to grant work. And in particular, our emphasis is on small-scale agriculture and how we can help improve efficiency within that, which somebody talked about a little bit earlier as well.
Hi, I'm Dinesh Gurupur. I'm the Chief Growth Officer for Nibia. The use case we're working on is helping the environmental monitoring remotely for the tea gardens in India into a dashboard using an IoT platform.
Amazing, amazing. And yeah, I would love to ask you all, when you're looking ahead at what the future looks like once you've scaled, what could your potential impact be? Could you share sort of your vision for what that could look like in the industry that you're trying to address? What is your potential impact, and can you sort of explain that?
Yep, I'll start. So if you're familiar with the tea industry, India is one of the second largest tea producer in the world. And just to give you a size of the industry, there are about 1,500 large tea growers, and the size of large tea growers, each one is about 1,000 acres. And just to give you a sense, 1,000 acres is almost the size of 1,000 football field. And there are 1,500 of them, and then there are 45,000 small tea growers, which each one is about 25 acres. So you see the capacity and the size of this industry, it's phenomenal. And because it's a 100 years old industry, the environmental monitoring is such a big challenge. So we deploy these sensors, LoRaWAN sensors, and using the Helium network, we kind of capture that. So, and labor cost is one of the big things. So there is such a manual process. This solution is going to completely automate the whole capturing of these sensor data into this thing. So we are impacting like 45,000 plus tea gardens in India. And our scope is to expand to other tea growers in China and Sri Lanka.
Amazing. Yeah, exciting.
When it comes to the farmers, it's my hope is that by empowering small-scale farmers, family farms, that it allows them to thrive and to be able to be competitive with mega farms. And for me, on a personal level, that would be a huge success. I feel like the trend is the aggregation of farming, and I don't know that that's good for us as consumers. It creates a lot of problems. So I would hope that the technology that we're bringing them would help them to be more competitive.
When it comes to our case, we initially started with this specific use case, dangerous hiking in these specific, remote places where we can use LoRaWAN coverage to track these hikers and make sure they are safety. However, as far as getting into the project, what we realized was an open source platform can actually have huge implication when it comes to asset tracking. So at the moment, it's hard to find easy to access, user friendly asset tracking platform that is free to use. So what we envision is into the future, platforms such as ours would be something individual people who are not that tech savvy can be used to get into asset tracking without a huge burden or huge barrier with subscription fees or anything like that. So we envision the eventual evolvement would be towards that.
Yeah, amazing. And Nick, you touched on why the work that you're doing is sort of personally exciting to you. Do you want to expand on that? And then maybe I'll sort of ask our other panelists why this work is personally exciting to you.
Well, we all got to eat, right? And so it's very similar to how we, especially the folks here, see the value of crypto bringing a decentralized aspect to money and other things that crypto provides. It kind of feels like that with small scale farming. It's more decentralized is probably a good thing for us. But the quality of our food, the source of our food, how close it is to the person who's actually eating it, all of those things matter, and I think the more that it gets rolled up into mega farms, the farther that stuff gets. We're getting food that's trucked across the world, when in reality, if we had small scale farms, it could be getting trucked across town. And I just think that it's so relevant to all of us, not only in terms of the farms, but in terms of our health, the quality of the food that we can get access to. So it impacts everybody that's here.
Yeah, amazing. And you're actually sort of experimenting with the farmers and saying what do you want? What can I build for you, right? And it's like a discussion, an unfolding discussion.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's been a wild experience. A lot of the folks here, these guys, they all have kind of a vision in mind for how they're going to go solve a particular problem. And we knew we wanted to work with small-scale farms, but we didn't have a particular problem in mind. We just said we're going to get out there and talk to farmers. And it's been really wild to see the types of problems that they end up bringing to the table. The conversations around Helium and LoRaWAN, and this technology is very compelling in that environment. Battery-powered, long-range. The data is very inexpensive. That's great. Gets us in the door and we can sit down and talk about real world problems. The things that they bring up are not necessarily what you would expect. When we talk about agriculture, people think soil moisture, right? That's a really common one. That's not what they're bringing up, right? Those solutions they're kind of aware of, but when they learn about what's possible with the different variety of sensors that are available, they start having other ideas of things that can be solved. In particular, one of the things that we've actively tackling is river pump monitoring. And that doesn't sound directly related to agriculture, but it's like the heartbeat of the farm, because that's how you get the water from the river up onto the field. And these are super old pumps. They came out of they're bilge pumps for battleships. And that's what they're using to get the water up onto the fields. And so being able to add sensing to that gives them a bit of a heartbeat for how the pumps are performing. So very, very important to the operation, mission critical, and yet not necessarily something that we might think of when we said, hey, we're doing IoT for ag.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, Dinesh, I'm sort of curious to hear what you think about that. You're also building technology for farmers, sometimes small farmers. Is there sort of a conversation that unfolds where the possibilities become wider and wider? How does that look?
Yes, I think the tea industry is a heavy labor-intensive industry. And just to give you a small example, one of the tea industry, the tea garden we're talking to, so there are some people whose only job is to wake up early morning, travel 1 hour, because tea gardens in the remote locations, and the job is to measure the temperature, the weather conditions, write down in a piece of paper, and then go and feed into the computer. Now imagine day in and day out, he's been doing it for like 20 plus years, and when we actually spoke to him and showed him how this can be automated using a sensor, where he can check all this data in his mobile phone, and using an API, it can be logged directly to the head office. So he was literally in tears when he got to know this. I think the impact we are doing for this one small example, and there are many such examples in terms of like the rainfall, the rain gauge measurements. So there are multiple people are involved in that, the manual process. This is impacting them. So it's personally, I think it's quite fulfilling, and we are making a big impact in the industry.
Yeah, amazing, amazing. I'm wondering if Tanuka, you can tell us a little bit about what testing looks like. I know I've seen pictures of you guys out on the trails doing the hiking and seeing how things are working. Yeah, can you share a bit about that?
Yeah, so when we were initially looking into testing how's the coverage in this area. So initially the way we started was we were talking with New York, New Jersey Trail Conference. And this particular hike, it's called Breakneck Ridge Hike, and some of you from the area might already know it. And it's a very high difficulty hike. Yeah. So there has been like at least 1 or 2 casualties annually there, and the town next to it, Cold Springs, they always have to foot the bill when there is like a rescue operation or something like that. So the trail conference was like, can you guys build something to mitigate this? So the first thing we had to do was in order to see whether there's helium coverage there. So myself, together with some of our crew, we went on to that. Now we knew this was a high difficulty hike. We knew there might be difficulty, but oh boy, we did not expect, I'm talking about 85-degree inclination up on the rock face that we have to literally hoist ourselves up. So by the time, first time we went, we didn't wear hiking shoes. We were how bad it can be, yeah, we can do this. But by the time we got to the top, we were just drenched. And now good thing is, after all that work, we saw there's good coverage. Even though there were no immediate hotspots in the vicinity, yeah, the range of LoRaWAN was so high, it was able to actually cover more than 90% of that trail altogether. So it was very impressive. So I would definitely say we got a good workout doing the coverage there.
Yeah. And you'll have many more, I'm sure.
Yes, of course, definitely.
Yeah, amazing. Actually, speaking of coverage, I would love if you can each share why LoRaWAN and Helium was a great fit for your use case and your application. What specifically did it allow you to do with the technology?
Now, specifically in our case, we are working in a state reservation. So it's a state owned place. You can't deploy towers or things like that. So now we did get permission to deploy things if we do have to. However, we always try to minimize deploying electronic devices within these places. So the Helium and LoRaWAN become obvious choice because 1, their range, and 2, the low power nature. Since the signal can use lowest amount of power and goes the furthest amount of distance, in these rural settings, they work outstandingly well. That's what we saw. We get coverages from hotspots that are 10 kilometers away. So which is amazing. That's real coverage that we can see that is getting connection to. So that's what drove us to use Helium and LoRaWAN in this case, because we have the lowest environmental impact, but at the same time we get the maximum coverage.
Yeah.
I touched on it a little bit before, but the characteristics of LoRaWAN are fantastic in the agricultural environment, battery powered, long range, and then with Helium it being inexpensive. And we've had to supplement coverage a lot of times where we are because it's in rural environments, and so there's not a lot of coverage out there yet. But not every time. Sometimes there is already some Helium gateways out there, but it's nice to know that if it's not there, it's easy for us to add to the network and provide that coverage for the clients, but then to know that a lot of times it's already going to be there. And so we've had both circumstances, but yeah, the characteristics are perfect for this environment.
Amazing. Yeah.
So specific to tea industry, one of the big challenges is the size and the location of these tea gardens, right? These are in a pretty hilly region and massive. So LoRa sensors are the natural choice because 1, you need to capture the data and then send it miles away, right? We were doing LoRa before, but our biggest challenge was like, how do we get the data in the network? Network was a problem. So we tried 2G, 3Gs in the past, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi. None of them was kind of solving. I mean, thankfully, Helium actually solved one of the most critical problem, which is kind of bridging the gap between the sensor data and our IoT platform. So that network was a natural choice, and for a small startup like us, we are able to scale globally, and sitting in our just desktop, we can just monitor every tea garden in every location. I think so LoRa and Helium like really was like a perfect fit for us.
Amazing, amazing. Yeah, we're always interested in giving support and funding to use cases that are demonstrating how valuable this network is for IoT projects. So all three of you are great examples of working on projects that are, yeah, great examples. So another thing that I was interested in is could you share a little bit about how the grant was structured to match your roadmap for your projects? We try to make sure that we're supporting projects sort of in the natural progression of how you're building your hardware use case. So can you sort of share a little bit about how your grant was structured and give people that are interested in having a grant a little bit of insight into how they might structure theirs as well? Does that make sense? Yeah?
I'll go. So in our case, mainly so since the grant application itself encourages you to have 3 milestones, so when you are structuring your grant, it's important to recognize what are the major milestones each of your projects has. So for example, in our case, we are working towards building open source free platform. So in this case, one of the first things is the development, then testing and deployment, and the third thing is basically open source factor, and then continuous monitoring of the system, because whenever you deploy a tracking system, one of the major things is after deployment you need to monitor, you need to see how well the system works for a certain amount of time. So in our case, we broke it to those exact things. First stage, basically the development of the platform. Second stage, testing and public launch. And third milestone, which was basically open source, curating a knowledge base and open source courseware for people to easily onboard this, and also continuous monitoring, so we can actually see everything is running smoothly before we say okay, everything is good. People can start building their own things of that. So when you are structuring the monetary amounts to each of those things, consider how much do you have to allocate on programming, how much do you have to allocate on hardware, how much do you have to allocate on specific cases. So in certain cases, let's say you are hoping to actually get more hardware, maybe keep it for milestone 2. First, try to actually start with milestone 1 that require less amount of initial funding, that you can get start and come to a good setting point. And once you actually get the money from milestone 1 release, now you can look into buying expensive hardware or whatnot. So structuring that way gives you the best flexibility, and also allows you to work on your project with more confidence that you will not head into a place where you might not have funding. So that might be an important thing for you guys to remember when structuring these milestones.
Yeah, I love it. Couldn't have said it better myself. That's great. Yeah, do you have anything to share about how the grant was structured for you?
Yeah, ours was also structured in 3 milestones. The first one was hardware and deployment, and so that was kind of multifaceted. One was just getting the hardware, but then it was also going and developing relationships with farmers, ranchers, vintners, and getting hardware deployed. And so that was actually reasonably time consuming. And then a little bit different than some of the other grants, our platform is proprietary, so our second milestone was onboarding these partners, these pilot partners, onto that, and then the third milestone is documenting it, right? We're trying to teach the community how we were able to find these different potential use cases, and that's kind of still ongoing. As we're working with them, we're finding new things that we can solve. They're bringing those to the table, and so we're first 2 milestones are done, and we're actively working on the third.
Yeah, that's amazing. And your grant was actually one of the earliest grants where we tried to build in that educational component of like, yes, you are building a use case, and to cap it all off, we would like you to be able to deliver something to the larger community that can allow people to run with what you've already learned. So yeah, it's amazing that all three of you are working on different aspects of that. But Dinesh, yeah.
So ours is a very interesting application process. When we started applying for the grant, our grant vision was to build end-to-end food supply chain traceability and trackability using IoT and blockchain. So that was the original application. And when the grant committee kind of had a discussion, they said this is too ambitious of a project to deploy in Helium because not many have attempted. So we kind of broke that into two different parts. The first part was to kind of focus on capturing the environment data from the tea gardens and then bringing that through a Helium into an IoT kind of a dashboard and using that as the first step. And as part of that, we are using certain hardware sensors, and we're also trying to build specific hardware which are like 4-in-1 sensor node specific for tea industry, where you can get these multiple sensor data into one node. So that one and the sensor data capturing and the IoT dashboard was the phase one. And we are actually deploying that into one of the largest tea garden with 3 tea gardens right now. And it's in the final stage of completion, which I think will be doing that final stage in a few weeks. And phase two is, I think we're discussing with Clarissa, in taking that to the next level, is to taking the data analytics part of the sensor data and then bringing in the component of the AI and other blockchain related components to that. One of the other important thing is, while deploying this environment sensor data, we realized the onboarding of these sensors, because we're talking about thousands of sensors. And for the pilot, we did like 15 sensors. It's difficult to onboard them into the Helium console. I think we've been talking to Helium to see how can we automate this process. So as part of the second phase, we are going to actually build and make it easier, right? Where you don't have to actually go physically in a place. It's like a QR code based, just like how you're onboarding a hotspot. So we are planning to do that. So that's all part of the second phase.
Yeah, amazing, amazing. Well, we're almost out of time, but before we hop off, I would love if you could share with everyone how they could follow your projects or contribute, if there's anything you want to share to allow them to get more involved. Yeah, feel free,
yeah. So you guys can actually read about our project if you go to github/IoT-off-grid/breakneck ridge initiative. And we actually post continuous updates on that, what milestone we are in, what targets we have achieved. And also there will be links to our GitHub repository. So we have two things. So for example, if you guys want to deploy your own private asset tracking network, we have source available on GitHub right now that you can actually download and make your own instance using your own Helium console with Asu IoT or Heroku or whatever other server platform you want to use. So that's actually available right now. You guys can use that. You guys can modify it whatever. If you want to make a enterprise solutions, you guys can do it. So that open source code is already available. At the same time, we are a couple of months away from publicly launching our open source free platform in itself. So once we launch that, you guys can actually onboard any tracker onto that free of charge. We actually supply the DC for it and you guys can use it. Now, one caveat, there is a 7-day limit because we don't want large companies onboarding thousands of devices onto this free platform. So there is a 7-day limit. After 7 days, we boot you out of the system. But you can immediately onboard your device again. That is kind of to mitigate this open source platform from making sure it is used by individuals and not some large organizations. But definitely just go to GitHub IoT-off-grid/breakneck ridge initiative and you guys read all about this stuff and download the code. I hope it is useful for you guys.
I'm terrible about social media, but lakestreet.xyz is our company website. Uplinkengine.com is the project. Once we get the third milestone done, there will be an entire blog, or maybe even more complicated. We'll see, but that'll be the best way to kind of learn what we did with our grant and to figure out how you might do the same.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, I think Helium uplink episode is one place, and then all of the grant application there's a Helium Foundation website, and nibia.com is our website where you can check. And so I have my colleague Sushil here, and we can actually show you the live tea garden environment monitoring solution in our laptop right now. And less social media, just follow us, and we can learn a lot about us.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right.
Okay, thank you to the panel for that last discussion. I think we just keep things rolling with more stories of some fantastic use cases happening in the network. Something that I don't really have to tell this room about is, again, like the benefits of more IoT, bigger network, more things happening is, really the economies of scale and the ability to improve operations for some projects that, areas that might be underfunded. We think about things like nonprofits, ourselves being one of, whereas you always have to think about efficiency and costs. So I think with CommunityFi, this is a really fantastic story of where they've been able to use Helium in conjunction with food banks in terms of reducing waste, thinking about management of food inventory. So why don't we get Joey and Eugene up here to talk a little bit more about CommunityFi and what they're doing utilizing the Helium network.
Wow.
Hey, Gene. How's it
Hey.
going?
How's it going, Joey?
Welcome to the stage. So let's maybe tell everyone a little bit about yourself. I think maybe a lot of folks know who I am. I'm Joey with the Helium Foundation. That's not why we're here, though. So what's Eugene?
So my name is Eugene McGrath. I'm a native New Yorker. Do we have any New Yorkers in the house today? All right. Represent your state, right? So I had the opportunity to start a great company with really great ideals and really addressing some really important use cases. I have been in technology my entire career. I've worked for startups and non-startups. And so I've looked at Helium from a different lens. It's not the crypto lens for me, it's about technology. And I was very, very fortunate to meet a partner, Andy, who's here as well, who had that same passion. What I think is really interesting, and one thing that resonates really well with me is that when I look at Helium, where Helium is today, it reminds me very much of that startup life that I was living in the sense that we were a startup that we wanted to disrupt the entire technology world, right? And it was about making a change and doing better for the community and better for the world. And at that time, we always had so many critics. And I always sat down and said, why is everyone against us? Why does everyone want us to fail, right? And I realized it's because so many people have this legacy mindset that things always used to have to be a certain way, right? I use the analogy of Blockbuster. You always want to go to the store to get that DVD. Who wants to stream anymore, right? And so the one thing I wanted to say is that I'm so thankful for the opportunity with Helium, because what this means for us is a second opportunity to create disruptive technology that is going to completely change the world and for the better. And if you look at the use cases that CommunityFi works on, we work with food banks, we work with food pantries, and our real mission is to help get food from farm to table for people in need. And so my passion is all about giving and giving back, and that's who I am.
Awesome. So yeah, you touched a little bit on what CommunityFi is doing. So you mentioned this food pantry thing. Like, how did that come up?
Yeah, so the food pantry business for us, or that side of the business, really started as a way to give back. We wanted to find a way to use the technology to improve communities around us. And I'll talk a little bit more about food pantries later on, but the important thing to note is that these organizations run on shoestring budgets. They're grassroots. There's a few volunteers who are not getting paid, right? And they're providing a vital service, oftentimes feeding thousands of families around the country and around the world, right? And so what started off as an opportunity to give back really turned into them introducing us to customers who had problems. And that's kind of where CommunityFi started, which is, to us, we think of it as like an engineering think tank. We work with customers, we work with other people in the Helium community to find use cases for Helium and help you build that. And so for us, it was food banks and food pantries saying, we have a exterminator, and he has a fleet of vehicles, and he needs GPS tracking. And so we'll work with him to build those solutions. So that's why I say it's kind of like a think tank, because we work with customers and other members to engineer solutions to fit their needs.
Cool.
So,
yeah, of course, I come from this background of believing that Helium's LoRaWAN network is an awesome hammer to apply to like a ton of problems. I guess, what particular about Helium sort of drew you into this ecosystem, or like to start solving problems in that sort of think tank way?
Yeah, well, there's a few things. The first one is the cost of data credits is very attractive for scale, right? It really is designed to allow many devices to connect to the network. The second part is that since it's a public network, it enables me to provide sensors to a food pantry without necessarily having to have a hotspot or a miner in that particular area. So having that public network also means that other vendors and some of the ones we work with are also building tools and integration, which now means it's easier to deploy, less expensive to deploy if I don't have to build my platform from the ground up, where I can work with a partner of Helium to build a really fantastic platform that I can then customize for each customer. These are the things that have really helped, because it brings down the cost of deploying LoRaWAN and sensor solutions. Really, it brings them really low. And that's really what has spurred a lot of our farm business, as well as some of the other use cases.
Yeah, so this farm business, so we talked a little bit about this before, but you went out and solved a problem, the food pantry, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell me a little bit more about like how, like you don't make money on that, right?
Correct.
So how does that serve your business?
So what we decided long ago is that we would always have a charitable arm to CommunityFi. We call that CommunityFi for Good. But really, what ended up happening was all these food pantries always wanted to reciprocate. So what we said was, let's provide you everything that you need. Let's provide you temperature sensors. Let's provide you GPS tracking for your vehicles, so that maybe the deliveries, people know when the deliveries will be there, right? Let's help you solve some of these problems. We don't want to charge you money for that. We want that to be a free service that CommunityFi for Good is doing to help our community. And they said in turn, how can we help you? What can we do to help CommunityFi succeed? And so we said, allow us to put a hotspot or a miner, right, in your location. Let's put an antenna on your roof. If you're okay with that, that helps us with that expense. And so what's really happened is that we've taken off, and now these food pantries now have our antennas all across Long Island, and we are now mining HNT and being rewarded in HNT and being able to provide that service at no cost to the food bank and food pantry, which is great for our community and great for the Helium network as well.
Yeah, that's awesome. And you create just much more robust coverage for anyone else that wants to go out and use the network. How does that like crypto conversation go? Sometimes I think folks in this audience are going to have had that weird conversation with an uncle or something like that about crypto.
Yeah.
Like when you're out pitching an idea or you're pitching an installation, how does that come across for folks that maybe don't know much about it or are suspicious of crypto?
Yeah, so I've actually never had a customer say no because it's crypto. Really, what we should be looking at, and the way we should approach this, is that this crypto and HNT is an enabler for us to do some great things and make change. So, for example, this food pantry has a shoestring budget. They may have a $20,000 budget. That includes rent and transportation and gas, right? That's not very much. So they really don't have money to spend on technology. That's not really in their budget. So being able to provide them technology such as refrigeration sensors, because let's face it, most of these food pantries and food banks, a lot of this gear is donated. So these refrigerators are likely to break, right? Used gear is always more likely to break. So providing them a service such as being able to monitor their refrigerators and also track their vehicles at no cost is transformative. So we've never actually had a customer say, oh, it's crypto, that's no good. Because we explain that this is an enabler, this is a way for us to provide a service and subsidize the cost of that service. And they've been all on board with that completely.
That's great. Trying to think, there's two ways I want to go with this. I want to learn more about your deployments. I also want to learn more about how this model has moved in different ways for you. I'm going to do the first one. So when you go set these things up, what does that look like? Who are the sensor sensor builders that you're leveraging? What are you doing to represent this data? Like, what are the actionable inputs that a food bank looks for when you set something up for them?
Yeah, so we work with a number of sensor manufacturers. I think some of them are here, and we've actually met some new ones here, so we're really excited about that. We work with Dragino a lot on temperature sensors. We work with Brown on a number of different sensors as well, and we work with Digital Matters on the GPS side.
Yeah.
And we've been able to do some really cool things, and I can show you some of the use cases if you want to see on the screen.
Let's flip to those slides.
So, the first use case that we targeted after the food pantries, and one of the first opportunities that arrived was around farming. And if you actually scan this barcode, this actually takes you to a study from the University of Nebraska. And what it's about is the impact of overwatering on crop yields, and how overwatering a field can produce 16% less crops. And what that means is less food. And for farmers, it's oftentimes single-digit margin, right? And so that could be the difference between them going out of business and thriving. And so we've actually embraced this community, and we have a trip in a couple of weeks to Oklahoma to deploy additional sensors at different farms around cattle and as well as other livestock and chickens, as well as soil sensors, so that they can maximize that yield and not have to worry about their crops going bad. So it's a fascinating study if anyone's interested in reading.
Very cool. Yeah, what are some other opportunities where you've been able to reach out to your community and isolate these problems to solve?
So one of the most interesting use cases that came out of the food pantry is someone who said, we have motocross, where our son is involved in motocross. We have RVs. We would love a way to be able to protect them and track them. And so we partnered with a really good friend to design what we're calling MotoXFi. And it is basically fleet tracking as well as vehicle tracking, specifically for dirt bikes and RVs and people who go on vacation. If you have an RV share, you have an RV that you're Airbnb-ing out, and you want to know
that was a thing.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to know that RV is taken care of. Maybe you want data such as performance. Are they driving it too fast? So being able to provide that solution to them, and also farmers using this to be able to track, is their corn at the right temperature as it's in transit to the store or to the farmer's market. So a really, really great use case that we found, and the community's really embraced us with this one.
And there's some cool stuff out on the floor in that domain right now too.
Oh yeah.
Really exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, we good?
Yeah. This is a good one. So maybe you can talk just a little more about the actual deployment and how this is scaled across New York.
So the real need, there is a real need here, because over 32 million Americans are at risk of hunger, right? The need is really, really great. As I mentioned earlier, these organizations are grassroots. They have really small budgets. Technology is the last thing on their mind. Oftentimes the computers they receive are ones that the school district no longer wants, right? And so it's all old technology. The other part about food pantries, a lot of times they're in areas where there's really high crime rates. And so the number of food pantries we've spoken to where there's break-ins and they're never even alerted, they have no idea because they can't afford that technology. So what we've been able to do with our community is provide these organizations with not only refrigeration sensors that have a really great range in case their antenna goes down, but also things like GPS sensors and also door sensors as well as motion detectors. So being able to help them protect their asset, because to us there's nothing more important than making sure that that ear of corn gets from that farm to a needy family's table, right? And that's what we're doing with the community, and the community's really embraced us and has really helped us expand into other areas. And our local food bank, which is huge, they've sponsored us and really partnered with us to do some great things with the community. So.
That's great. Any sensors that you've seen here today, or things that you're excited about, solving problems with, sort of in the future, or in the back of your head?
There's actually a few. So one of the things I mentioned is that we have this concept of CommunityFi for all, which is we want to collaborate and help other people within the Helium family build businesses and find use cases and document those use cases. A good friend of mine and a good partner, and I think he's here today, Chip. He's been working with group homes and nursing homes, and there's a great need there, not only just in refrigeration sensors, but also things like making sure the medicine cabinet is protected and it's alerted, and you have door sensors on those. And so there's use cases around that I think is really, really interesting, and really finding all the possible uses for IoT within that one group home, and then helping build a blueprint for anyone in the community to use. And that's really what we're really excited about. And the second area is around what we're calling healthy forest. And we know that there's other wildfire detection systems out there, but is there anyone who's really also not only trying to detect wildfires, but also determine are the rivers flowing the way they should? What are the water levels? Are the migratory patterns of the animals telling us something about maybe the fires coming from this direction, right? So being able to map out a forest, understand where that the risk is, also telling them, giving them data around the soil, and then taking all this data and collecting it over a period of time so we can provide meaningful results. And so we have this idea of really building a healthy forest, not just wildfire detection for those use cases. So that's one of the things I'm very excited about and really exploring. And we're in the very early stages of working with a very, very large forest out in Long Island to launch a proof of concept, but I think that could be a game changer when we talk about animal and wildlife conservation and forest conservation as well.
That's really exciting. We see a lot about digital twins for buildings and urban settings, but I personally haven't seen one applied to the forest setting. Fascinating to think about how far a solution around that could go.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah. Any takeaways for folks that are maybe listening to this thinking about like, oh, maybe these are the parts that I can start putting together to approach my community? Like, how did this kick off for you? What are the next steps that you see for anyone that's maybe thinking about doing something in similar model to what you've done here?
Absolutely. So always look for the use cases. When it comes to what's next for CommunityFi, I mentioned that we want to be an enabler for the community. We want to help people build businesses and deploy solutions. So there's a few ways that we're doing this. We're starting to build an open source library, and we are all about open source, of blueprints and how to go to market and build solutions for group homes, for forests, for food pantries and food banks. We want to enable anyone within the community to be able to do this within their local geography. The second thing is, if you're just not an engineering person, you're not electronically inclined, we actually have a program where we'll help you, we'll onboard the sensors, we'll manage that sensor and monitor it for you so you can focus on finding those use cases and building that out, and you could still make money off of this. So we want to be that back-end solution provider for you to help you get to there. So even if you're not technical, I encourage you to reach out. And the third is that when you find new opportunities and new use cases, please reach out. Let's talk about it. Let's see if we can help you fine-tune that. Even if it's your use case and you don't want us involved, we're all about enabling the community and really seeing Helium thrive and be the disruptor that we know it is.
This is what building usage on the network looks like for anyone that wants to try it. Like, you can just get in there, buy a sensor, throw it online, and you're solving somebody's problems.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, any last comments for the audience? I think we're...
Absolutely, yeah. So the last thing I would ask everybody is that there's 3 really important QR codes here. Giving back is a big part of what we do, and it's important to us. So if you feel so inclined and you want to donate to a local pantry, this is one of the first pantries that we deployed at, and they're doing some great work. Or if you want to find a food bank to donate to locally, please do so over there on the right. If you want to learn more about us and find use cases that you can deploy in your communities, feel free to reach out. We're always here to chat.
Yeah, I love it. You gave to your community.
Much.
Your community came and gave back to you, build 100%. A business, solving problems. It's great. So,
absolutely. Thanks so much, Joey.
Thanks, Eugene.
All right, thank you, Joey and Eugene. So we are going to take a break. There are some new snacks and beverages. Do not miss the next batch of panel discussions. I hear the moderator. The next one is absolutely fantastic, so you don't want to miss that one. So please take a break. We'll see you back here in 30 minutes sharp.
Hello. Welcome back from that break. If people are looking for seats, those are not open, I don't think. Let's see, we got one up here, one over there. There's one over here. People can fill in if they want to take a seat. Okay. It's been an exciting day so far, and it's only going to get better. So we've got a panel discussion coming up here, led by Scott Siegel from the Helium Foundation. Cheers for Scott. We've also got someone named Amir Haleem, who a few of you may have met, who is the CEO of Nova Labs. And then we've got Anatoly, who's a co-founder of Solana. So let's give them all a round of applause.
All right. Hopefully everybody had a good break. Get some water, coffee, and those bows that were back there. So we're lucky. This is a really fantastic discussion that I've been looking forward to for most of the morning and into the afternoon now to talk with both Amir and Anatoly Yakovenko, who is the co-founder of the Solana network. Let's talk a little bit about HIP 70. So before we get into it, you know, we got a big crowd of wireless enthusiasts here, obviously, but probably talk a little bit about, you know, totally talking about your background and kind of share where you actually came from that space yourself.
Yeah, I spent over a decade at Qualcomm. I was there from like, you know, flip phone mobile days to megabyte devices with a 2-inch screen. I actually worked with Mark Neidham, CTO of Helium, for a good chunk of that. And when I first started working on crypto, I think it was really painfully obvious to me that wallets and how crypto should be done by the device that you hold in your hand. Should be mobile friendly, and treated as a first-class citizen in mobile. So it's always been just on top of my mind, how do you merge these two technologies? Obviously, I'm excited about Saga and the phone, but very excited about Helium and the possibility that Helium could disrupt the wireless industry. Just that concept is blowing my mind, that there is like that we might be able to have like a people self-built, like bring your own device, bring your own carrier network. It would be very transformative for the entire industry.
So we're here to talk about HIP 70. Amir, do you want to, I mean, this is something that, you know, we talk about, this has been in the works for such a long time. I mean, not even necessarily even last year, probably even goes back to the original inception of the network. You want to talk a little bit about kind of like how we got to where we are, all the inputs that led to HIP 70, and then, you know, how that kind of came together from the core development team?
Yeah, so back in 2017 when we started building Helium on the blockchain version of Helium, really the only live network at the time was Ethereum that you could realistically have built something like Helium on top of. Back then we were already worried about the cost of using the network. We just felt like the gas fees were going to get out of control. Like we didn't really understand how we were going to manage it. So we actually interviewed Anatoly to come work at Helium. But he had a white paper for something called Loom it was in a Word doc, or a Google doc maybe, and it talked about proof of history, and then you didn't take the job anyways. So, but back then we were already having the conversation about like, you know, how would we do this going forward? Like, how would this continuously live and grow and evolve? And actually, Anatoly was one of the very first people who was advocating for the model that is described in HIP 70, where a lot of the stuff happens off-chain and is kind of like oracled back onto the chain. So to me, it's a very logical like progression, right? Like today, the L1 that we have is like this very complicated, very brittle, like amalgamation of like all of this stuff, right? Proof of coverage logic is in there, data transfer logic is in there, the L1 itself, you know, in terms of like validation and block creation is in there. And I described it to someone earlier as like a gigantic like Jenga tower, right? Like if we want to like change one thing, like the whole thing wobbles and makes it really, really difficult to iterate quickly and fix problems that we find. So separating all of that out into like its constituent parts, so that proof of coverage is its own thing, so that data transfer is its own thing, and that the L1 is its own thing, has always been something that we've considered and wanted to work towards. And then once you sort of break apart the system like that, it becomes a question of like, well, why would you continue to operate your own L1? Like, you get none of the benefits of being part of a bigger ecosystem like the Solana one. You don't have any compatibility into things like DeFi and NFTs and like all of the interesting stuff going on across crypto. And it takes an enormous amount of our engineering resources. Like, we spend, I don't know, it's got to be like 70+% of our engineering time to date has been like firefighting like what I would call problems with the L1, just because we made some design decisions that I think were good ones at the time, but didn't scale like at all, right? So like as the network got to be close to 1 million nodes, you had 1 million peer-to-peer connected nodes like all trying to do stuff, and it's just a nightmare, and you just don't need to do it that way. So learned a lot over the years. The landscape of crypto has changed significantly. You've got stuff like Solana now that exists, which didn't exist when we started, and it just, to me, makes total sense to take advantage of what Solana is great at combined with what we're great at, so that we can be more focused and just get on with what we're really about.
That's great, and I think we'll come back a little bit around to kind of like how the team really came around again through their, like, you know, it was a long, thoughtful process. We obviously saw this from the foundation side, how you guys came around to Solana ultimately, but to bring it back over to Totally, why don't we talk a little bit about kind of like the current state of things at Solana right now, where you guys are really prioritizing your resources. Maybe even talking a little bit, again, like one big piece of news that came out from your side recently was the second validator client. So maybe touching on like, why is that important? Why does that matter? Why people should be like thinking about those types of things?
So the most important thing that we're working on is reliability and performance. And there's always a tension between both of those. All of our engineering time is spent on that. And the second validator client is a real important piece, because if you have a bug in layer 1 software and you only have one client, that one bug can bring down the entire network. It could be catastrophic state destruction as well. So these are like the bugs that keep me up at night. And no amount of audits and like reviews and things like that can guarantee that none of those are present. But with a second client built by a separate team, with a separate language, totally designed outside of labs, there's a very low possibility that they would build the same bugs. That if there's a bug in one, there's virtually zero chance that there's a bug in the other one. So that amount of reliability really creates like an order of magnitude more safety, and that is why I'm going to be able to sleep at night once the second client ships. What's really cool about this specific second client is that it's built by the Jump Crypto's high-frequency trading team. So these are the folks that have spent day and night optimizing software to handle 40 gigabit, 100 gigabit plus of real-time market data. And we have the same challenges as them. And their goal, you know, when we started building Solana, we just wanted to demonstrate that it could work at a 1 gigabit network. Their goal is 10 gigabit and above, and that's millions of transactions per second of throughput. So not only are they increasing the safety and reliability of the network by simply having a second implementation, they get to see the maze from both ends and get to optimize this thing from the ground up. Basically build it the way I would have wanted to build had I had infinite resources and time. So I'm very excited about the work that they're doing.
That's excellent. I mean, obviously that type of thing in terms of reliability fed into the decision from the core developers as you guys were working through the proposal of HIP 70. You know, some of the biggest parts that are really kind of the off-chain components. So, you know, thinking about how you guys put the proposal together, a little bit of how you arrived at Solana, but also thinking about some of the implications that folks should be mindful of you know, by moving proof of coverage off-chain, by moving data transfer off-chain, what that enables and opens up that's been kind of a bottleneck so far.
I mean, if we do it well and correctly, the only thing that people should really notice is that everything is better. Today, we're limited by how many transactions can reasonably be processed for proof of coverage. It's a very performant system. It's just a very, very hard, big, complicated problem to solve. So today, there's a realistic sort of limit of how many transactions you could fit in a block, so you can really only get away with 300 maybe POC transactions each block every minute. So those kinds of hard limits will basically be gone. Like the actual computation is really not that complicated as soon as you take it out of a blockchain. So you should expect that proof of coverage is more frequent, is more reliable, is more consistent. RF already is very inconsistent. And so adding in the inconsistency of a blockchain to it makes it even harder to understand what is going on. And we know from the years of doing this that consistency is one of the most frustrating things for users to not be able to understand. It's like sometimes it does this, sometimes it does this, no one knows why. So getting proof of coverage to be reliable and consistent we think is super important. Also helps people optimize deployments, get much more real-time feedback. We think that matters a great deal. It also allows us to iterate more quickly on problem solving. Also allows the community to iterate more quickly on problem solving. So when bugs or improvements are suggested, it won't take us months to implement them because we won't be scared of exploding the chain at the same time, which is kind of where we are now. There's so many things that we've wanted to do with proof of coverage that we just haven't been able to do because of how complicated the system is. So excited for that. Same story on data transfer. Should be faster, should be more reliable. A big part of what we're trying to do also is integrate more deeply into the LoRaWAN ecosystem. So there's a very big ecosystem of LoRaWAN network servers, for example, like companies like Amazon, Senet, Actility, like guys that do enterprise-grade LoRaWAN service that we now will be much more compatible with. So we think that's a big part of it. And then on the L1 side, I don't know if you guys have used Solana much. I'll admit I hadn't used it that much until recently. And the speed of the transactions is like kind of mind-blowing once you use it compared to any other network, especially compared to Helium today. So I think users are going to be excited from like the wallet point of view just to be able to interact in like almost real time and also be able to use HNT and mobile and IoT in completely different ways, right? Stuff like DeFi. I think Helium will probably be the largest NFT mint on Solana when it occurs, so every hotspot will become an NFT, and you guys have all sorts of interesting marketplaces for that. So there's all kinds of stuff you're now going to be able to do with Helium when it becomes part of a bigger ecosystem. And so those are some of the things that we're most excited about. But ideally, no one knows that it happened, and it just feels better and faster. And the migration is ideally seamless and doesn't require any user interaction. That's what we're going for.
That's great. And I mean, one of the things that excites me from the foundation perspective is just opening up to such a larger developer ecosystem and opening up, more possibilities for work, more contributions. So question back to Toly is, you guys have, I mean, I don't know how we would track this, and Austin's out there somewhere, but if the fastest growing developer ecosystem, one of the fastest, if not the fastest. What's made you guys success? Like, what have you done that's made you so successful that there's just such a rush of talent?
If I knew, I honestly don't know. It's not a secret. I think we've just been lucky in a lot of ways that we built technology that people wanted and enabled them to do something interesting and something new at a time when a lot of the competitive chains just wanted to take Ethereum and run it on a new consensus algorithm. So we this was simply because we didn't have enough funding. We had to build only the one thing that we knew was important, and that ended up being the right decision. And because of that, we've seen this kind of snowball effect. When new developers build an application on Solana and it gets traction, a lot of their peers see, oh wow, that worked and that wasn't that much work. So they try it, and we kind of see this almost like budding ecosystems around the world. And we've done, I don't even remember how many hacker houses at this point. Like, I think over 50, if I'm not mistaken, with nearly 20,000 folks that have been through them. And these are devs that just want to see, like, can I build a MVP in crypto? And 1 out of 10 of those, that MVP ends up being a funded company. So it's been really amazing to see like this flywheel going.
So the idea of, again, Helium being its own sovereign L1 right now has required the ecosystem and Nova and everything really being built kind of from within and almost insular, not as a feature. If you think about the idea of moving over to another L1, especially again a general smart contract platform, this is a good question for both of you. What's the stuff that I'll start with you, Amir. Like, what's the stuff that you're really excited about of things that we just either didn't have the resources, the features, the tooling wasn't there yet, but like moving to a general smart contract platform, like what does that open up? Like, I'm almost going to ask that question as Helium Foundation giving out grants for things that are going to improve features and tooling, what are the things that you're most excited about potentially in smart contracts?
I mean, at a high level, I'm excited about the fact that we get to focus on building networks and growing the demand side, growing the supply side. Like, that's really what we're here for. I mean, today, the Helium community and Nova reasonably does what 4 or 5 companies should probably be doing if it were to be split up that way. And so being able to just focus on one thing that matters, I think, is super important. I think access to like the developer ecosystem that Solana has is going to be like really interesting and really exciting. We won't be the only entity that can reasonably make serious changes to the protocol, and I think that's very, very important. And it's going to enable a lot of small stuff. I mean, like hotspot hosts, for example, have been asking for years for a way to split payments to their hosts, right? And today that would be something that we would have to write a specific transaction type for and like enable in some complicated way. And so once moved to Solana, it'd be very, very straightforward for someone. It wouldn't even have to be us. Someone could just create that, the ability for like, you know, take the token rewards and just split them up across the various hosts based on the work that they did. So it's just going to be a whole world of stuff that honestly I can't predict, which is the most exciting part of it, right? Is like I think one of the most interesting things about building platforms is that people do things you don't expect, and we've certainly seen that in the Helium community already, and I think we'll see like that amplified and accelerated like to the extreme once we move over to something like Solana, assuming that the vote passes, although it looks pretty good right now.
Totally. Any thoughts on things that you just off the top of your head are thinking about smart contracts enabled with a wireless infrastructure? What types of things do you think we can be doing?
So for the decade that I worked at Qualcomm, it was always very frustrating how unprogrammable carriers were. Like how there was complete lack of any way to configure networks or topologies. And you know, while we were building Solana, one of the pitches that we did, and we went to every carrier in the world, is imagine, you know, you have a user, they purchase a high definition movie from Netflix. Netflix bids for the highest quality 5G network that's near that user to provide service, and the user doesn't even know that that's happening in the background. And that's a couple trivial smart contracts. But this is basically impossible to do in any major carrier today. But I think this is something that could potentially be very disruptive and really change how the whole wireless industry in the United States.
So changing gears a little bit to stuff that's more around governance. I know there's a lot of things that are happening around kind of DAO tooling as well on Solana. Again, where from our perspective, and I think this is something that like every blockchain ecosystem struggles with in general, as far as not just the frameworks for governance, but even the tooling around that, in a way of distributing authority and becoming more permissionless in nature. Can you speak a little bit to like some of the stuff that's like being built up on Solana in terms of like the stuff that's on the governance side of things and some of the DAO tooling features?
Yeah, there's a governance platform called Realms, as well as Nation and Squads. There's a bunch of different front ends, but the underlying protocol we call SPL governance that's being developed by one of some Solana Labs folks in conjunction with ecosystem partners. And I think it has over $1 billion in management right now, and basically services Mango Markets, Serum, a whole bunch of foundations. And it's a fully programmable interface that lets your governance, your token holders call any smart contract, do arbitrary computation. So it's very flexible to kind of accomplish whatever you guys need.
So as far as, again, kind of setting first of all, a reminder to everybody, the vote is still open. Please make sure you're voting. Got a little over a day left, so it's partly why we're up talking about this, to make sure that we are informing and educating beyond the town halls that we've been having, the AMAs. Keep the discussion going, obviously, in our HIP 70 channel in the Helium Discord. But as far as other things around kind of, like expectation management for Amir, simpler things for folks in terms of like, what is a wallet interaction going to look like? Do people need to worry about moving a token over? So for your average hotspot host, what are the things they need to keep in mind? Anything they need to be concerned or mindful of, assuming the vote goes through?
I mean, if we do it properly, which I'm obviously hopeful we do, no one should really have to do anything. I mean, one of the important things about Solana and Helium is they share the same private key type, which makes it possible for us to move the entire ledger from one place to another while people keep their same 12 or 24 word seed phrase. We thought that that was super important, right? Like as soon as you had some kind of like migration assistant, the number of ways that that could break is high, especially just from scams and phishing and like, you know, total nightmare of like enter your 12 words here to like migrate to Solana and all your HNT is gone. So we wanted to try and make it as seamless as possible. So one of the things that was important for us as we were evaluating different L1s was, is there a way to know using a Helium address what the corresponding L1 address on the other chain would be? And fortunately, both Helium and Solana are very similar that way. So we're able to say, okay, if you have Helium address A, then we know it is going to be Solana address B. So when we migrate the ledger, we just move A to B, and we know that your same 12 or 24 words are going to work on Solana. So our wallet, the wallet app that we use, will just update one day, assuming this all happens. And you'll be on Solana. And ideally, you wouldn't really notice anything other than your public address might be a little bit different looking, and things will be really fast. And that would be about the main set of differences. Hotspots will become NFTs. Functionally, shouldn't really change in terms of the way they behave. So in general, we expect it, or we hope that it will be very, very seamless, and that no one will really notice much has changed during the migration, except they'll start to be able to like participate in this bigger playground basically after the migration's done.
Got it. So, again, it's a little outside the scope of HIP 70, but I think it's certainly relevant. I'm sure many people in this room know about the Solana Saga phone. Totally, I don't know to what degree you can speak to that versus, again, I don't know where it sits within your organization, the separate organizations that are running that, but a little bit of just kind of what was the origin story there, and what was the kind of, what if you think of kind of like the ultimate kind of like utopia goal with a kind of Web3 first phone, and how you guys thought about driving that forward?
Yeah, so the goal for that device and the software stack is really twofold. One is to fix a fundamental problem for users around security and user experience with wallets. And the other one is to give developers a platform, a mobile platform where crypto is treated as a first-class citizen. And the Solana mobile stack is the technology that Labs is building. And the partner that we're using to build the first device, the OEM, is awesome. Literally awesome.
That's actually the organization's name.
Yeah. That's, it's a company founded by an amazing hardware builder, Jason Keats. He was an architect of iPad Pro. He's built like James Cameron submarine door, like a real hardware geek. Races cars, like doesn't know software, but it's awesome to work with them. And the real key pieces of technologies there are the seed vault, which stores your seed phrase inside the secure element. This is a piece of hardware that's on every device already. This is where your biometric scans are stored when you do Face ID on your phone. But it's just not enabled for crypto. So the software that we're adding allows you to do key recovery, so secure BIP39 key recovery. And that requires code in the trust zone that can take over the display. So you know that no application can fake that prompt, that this is a secure place for you to put your keys, phrases in, or read your key phrases from. And that's a very important piece. And once you have that, you can then actually give developers more tools, more power. The biggest fear for any wallet developer is that they somehow make a mistake and leak the seed phrase. Well, if the seed phrase is hidden inside the trusted element, that's no longer possible. They can actually build better wallets, more rich applications, and like really build an amazing mobile experience for users. As well as, you know, one key component there is an app store that's crypto first. And this is a fundamental difference for business models from Web 2. You simply can't take a user-generated digital item that's a true digital asset that's not owned by the platform, that's owned by the user, and charge 30% on the sale of this thing inside your mobile device when you don't charge 30% on desktop. There's no way Magic Eden can charge $13,000 for an NFT that's $10,000 to a desktop user. So those business models just don't make sense. And this is something that we're fixing as well in the SMS stack.
That's great. It's super exciting time for it. So Amir, as far as, again, last time I think I looked at the vote, we were somewhere, again, I'm just ballparking, I think it was like 9% in favor right now. So if things continue on that track, what should people expect, the vote passes, what should people expect as far as, a near-term roadmap, timelines, kind of what's the Nova team going to be focusing on from a development perspective, assuming this goes through?
We've already put significant work into the Oracle part of the problem, right? So building the proof of coverage oracles, building the data transfer oracles. To me, that's probably the hardest part of the equation, is like figuring out how to break apart the current system. And so we've spent a lot of time on that already, fairly far down the path, because that was always agnostic to the L1 choice, like whether we stayed on our own L1 or moved to Solana or moved to Algorand or something like that. That would have been the decision that we would have made anyway, or that we would have proposed. So a lot of work has already gone in there. The Solana side of it needs a bunch of work that hasn't started yet, or is, I think, about to start if the vote passes. I'm still optimistic that this year is doable, at least in some working form. Whether that's the full, mainnet migration or not, I don't know. But it should be doable. The Solana contract side of it should be reasonably straightforward. It's mostly the function of creating HNT and mobile and IoT tokens on a schedule, distributing them out based on what the oracles tell them to do, the ability to redeem mobile and IoT tokens for HNT. Like, that's kind of the part that lives on Solana. And so, yeah, optimistic that we should be able to get there this year, but we'll see. I think we'll be able to anticipate a little bit better once the vote is finished and we really get into it. I mean, a lot of the devil is in the details in terms of how you implement this and how you make it an easy migration. So we'll find out soon, but still aiming for this year.
So I've got two of the top leaders in crypto up here on stage, and if I think about just the paradigm shift that's happening right now, in terms of things that are happening at a policy level, look at things from a talent perspective, when you both kind of zoom out from obviously business and protocol priorities, what's the stuff that's like really important to you as far as the right type of narrative that like both projects or even any blockchain project in general, where we can create more of a tide raising all boats type of situation of like, what should we all be thinking about and kind of working collectively on as an industry, if you will, that stuff that is either existential risk or better ways that we can explain to folks that aren't yet in the ecosystem why they should be getting involved?
I think a lot of these networks succeed when their users have real ownership, right, of the network itself and able to participate in every part of it. And to me, that starts with self-custody, like having folks that actually generate those seed phrases, figure out how to store them and figure out how to use them, and then run validators, run Helium hotspots, and really feel like they're part of something that is an organic growing technology. And very, like I grew up in the 90s, I was an open source geek. I love the idea of Linux taking down Microsoft, and that a bunch of people coding on the weekends could compete with like a $1 trillion tech company. But that actually is true. That works out. Linux is the most dominant operating system now. So I don't remember the last time I even used Windows. So that true ownership and giving people control of their technology is really, really important.
Yeah, I would say the same. I mean, it's part of what has made Helium successful, obviously, is this like real ownership of the infrastructure and that feeling of being able to participate in something that is sort of changing the traditional status quo, which people in general aren't necessarily thrilled with, or doesn't give people the options that they need. From like a macro level, like these crypto winter cycles are always kind of interesting. Like they flush out a lot of projects. And I think that helps the entire crypto space get a little bit stronger. The project, when both Helium and Solana launched, was probably the worst period of time I can remember like now it doesn't even really feel like anything. Like this feels luxurious in comparison to where we were then. And I think the teams and the companies and the projects that were around at that time just got so much stronger and so much better as a result of like really having to go through this process of building absent, being worried about markets and speculation and stuff like that. So I think we'll see some really, really good stuff come out the other side of this round of a crypto winter. And I think that's important. There's still a lot of like negative speculation about crypto. Like I think people still view it or perceive it potentially as a scam, and there's a lot of potential negativity out there, and I think we need to see more and more user-focused, real-world applications that kind of change people's mind about how valuable this piece of technology is.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect segue into again the importance of driving the right types of narratives, focusing on value. I think is like third crypto winter. So I think everybody is kind of battle tested who's been in the industry for a while, but telling the right stories. Good reminder that Helium Foundation is hiring for 2 communications roles. But in general, I'm really excited to see how this ends up. Again, it's about a little over a day left to vote. Please be sure to participate. But thank you both for making the time to come up and talk a little bit about Solana and also our plans for post-HIP 70, assuming things carry on as they are. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, another round of applause, please. Fantastic discussion. Okay, only two talks left. I'm extremely excited about what we're about to hear in this conversation, in this presentation. So we're going to bring up Neshe Osler from Deutsche Telekom. Deutsche Telekom is an investor in Nova Labs. We're very proud and honored to have them as part of our ecosystem. Neshe, in her role, has a unique view of the intersection of traditional wireless, which I guess we're calling TradWi now, which I don't love, but here we are, and decentralized wireless. So it's an extremely unique opportunity to hear her take on what's happening, and let's get her up on stage.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Okay. So, I think you can hear me. Thank you, Mark, for the wonderful introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Neshe Osler. I work for Deutsche Telekom Partnering and Devices, and within that division, I'm part of the scouting team. So I'm based in San Francisco, just a visitor here. I've been with Deutsche Telekom since 2019, primarily focusing on the networks innovation. I've been in the telco space for 15 years and worked for Ericsson for 10.5 years. I held a variety of positions across business development, product management, project management, solution architecture, and system integration in different locations around the world. It's a pleasure to be here with you today to talk about a topic that I'm very much passionate about from the start of 2021. I remember the first time I was just pitching Helium to my executives. I've seen many different reactions on people's faces that day, even though it's really hard to read faces in the Zoom calls nowadays. But it was a very proud moment for me to see many of them getting really curious and also become animated. So I also remember the first time I read about Helium through Stacy Higginbottom's newsletter and fell in love with how Helium team solved the supply side problem with an irresistible incentive structure, in this case, HNT tokens. So I've been in this industry for 15 years, right? So I've seen a lot of IoT companies who are just trying to solve the supply side problem. So that's why I just got really fell in love with the solution here. And here we are today. And today I'd like to talk about blockchain, crypto, Web3 at DT. So, and then I hope to give you a glimpse of Deutsche Telekom's journey in crypto blockchain world as a telco. So, let's start with why Web3 matters to us. So, This is a great slide to start a discussion about the importance of Web3 for telcos from relevancy perspective, as crypto actually moves very similar with another trend in the past, and it's internet. Development of the internet took like 28 years until the number of internet users hit the 5 billion mark. From this graph, you can infer that we're still in the early days of the crypto, but with one difference this time. It's not too late for us, for our industry, to become a player in this field and conquer the business models of the decentralized infrastructure, because it's still growing. In my honest opinion, it will take much faster for crypto to reach the 5 billion mark as the world is becoming more digitally savvy. So, this is a chart from November 2021. This is when Bitcoin peaked and got to its all-time high. So this chart is a very great way to show different waves, and the biggest differentiator between these two waves were the retail and the institutional investors, and how their shares changed compared to the last peak cycle. Overall, volume increased, the trade volume increased fivefold, while share of the retail dropped 52%. Meanwhile, the institutional increased 52%. So we know, especially in the US, all the people during the pandemic were confined to their homes for extended periods because of the pandemic, right? So started looking into crypto, a way of like taking their minds off from the actuality of the imprisonment. People started learning about what a crypto is, how they can set up a wallet, how they can use it, how they can buy and handle crypto. On top of this, second wave is driven by the large corporates, family offices, and institutional investors. Some of the names on this slide is very well recognized, like the biggest institutional investors such as like Tesla, Square, MicroStrategy. But I also added like Deutsche Telekom logo here, as we're deeply engaging with the ecosystem daily, as we're running infrastructure services for blockchain environments and holding tokens at the same time. Long story short, we still see a lot of potential in the market through this two peak cycles, although crypto winter is here, but I'm still betting this winter isn't there to stay for a long time. But I have to figure it out during mainnet this week and SmartCon next week. So, providing complex infrastructure for the internet is something Deutsche Telekom has done for decades. For us, it's pretty natural to provide infrastructure support for the incipient internet of value. Hence, Deutsche Telekom is very interested in the ecosystem because of the infrastructure play perspective. Digital assets rely on infrastructure, like telcos also rely on the infrastructure to provide voice and internet services. So Web 1.0 started building on top of the existing internet infrastructure to start the information economy. Then Web 2 came on top of it by using the building blocks of the earlier generation with the iPhone platform economy team. Now with the Web 3.0, which is having both centralized and decentralized pieces in it together, using the data layer, in this case the blockchain piece. Maybe the most interesting thing about Web 3 is the major players aren't yet identified. That's the beauty of Web 3, as Web 3 comes with a new promise. Values exchange between people, not big tech. That's why Helium's people's network always resonated with me a lot. So now we talked about Web 3 promise and the relation to the infrastructure. So let's talk about what's in it for Deutsche Telekom through our journey of engaging in the blockchain ecosystems. So Deutsche Telekom providing staking services for proof of stake. Public blockchains is a modern extension of traditional telecoms infrastructure services. So Deutsche Telekom's staking business is very much of a milestone to become part of the ecosystem from the early phases of the industry. You can follow the progress through the press releases on this slide, especially the one about the Chainlink press release. They said, never mind Bitcoin on the balance sheet, a subsidiary of Europe's biggest telco is taking a stake in DeFi. So we followed the trend by having tokens on the balance sheet, but took it further with the staking services, which is very core to our business from infrastructure perspective. So just to go over the timeline here, Deutsche Telekom is one of the main data providers to Chainlink, the omnipresent Oracle service on which decentralized finance relies. Deutsche Telekom is running execution nodes for the Flow blockchain, where the main computation runs. Flow is a very important expansion to our portfolio, especially from the NFT angle. And Deutsche Telekom bought DOT tokens, and through this purchase, Deutsche Telekom as a holder can participate in the network governance, staking, bonding, and runs validator nodes through the Telecom's infrastructure. So just to give a summary of all the tokens we stake in the Telecom's infrastructure, Deutsche Telekom stakes its own, and Silicon Valley's famous venture capital firm and also the investor to Helium, Andreessen Horowitz Telo tokens. Deutsche Telekom stakes Flow tokens of Dapper Labs. Also stakes DOT tokens of Web3 Foundation's Polkadot. And a bit of a spoiler, before the announcement next week, Deutsche Telekom will be moving into Ethereum staking, partnering with StakeWise, a liquid staking protocol. So Deutsche Telekom has approximately $100 million worth of assets on their stake. So I'm going to move to a slide which I love the most, because this is going to show you the overall picture of what we're doing in the last 2 to 3 years, even though our Blockchain Solutions Center started 6 years ago. In summary, we're providing several infrastructure services for various blockchains out there. We have validation nodes that we offer on our cloud that our customers, proof-of-stake public blockchain networks in this case, can spin up their validators. We are being paid in cryptocurrencies daily. Deutsche Telekom runs node services for chain-link blockchain, ensuring the reliable connection of external data to smart contracts. And we open our SMS APIs to infrastructure services on the Celo blockchain. Most importantly, especially in this event context, Deutsche Telekom, TIP, Telecom Innovation Pool, strategically invested in Helium to observe and evaluate the impact of decentralized infrastructure models, especially from the network infrastructure build-out perspective. So, from the investment perspective, Deutsche Telekom engages with the ecosystem in different ways. In some models, we do equity investment into the companies. In some other models, we do token buy. But in the overall, the aim is to keep abreast of any innovation to continue our journey into the blockchain ecosystem sustainably. I want to point out 4 decentralized tokenized business models that we put time and money in. So ClearX is a decentralized settlements and clearing software designed to remove the friction in complex B2B trade. It's an equity investment, and it's our bet on real-time service between partners' inventories, which allows timely and precise settlements, like our roaming use cases. Celo is a decentralized mobile-first blockchain platform designed to make financial tools accessible to anyone with a mobile phone, which is our bread and butter. It's both equity and token investment. It's our bet on the financial equality through digital wallets, remittances into the future. And Deutsche Telekom is operating nodes with our native token holding and having delegation for A16Z, Andreessen Horowitz. Ponto is offering several API layers that gives corporates opportunity to easily enter the Web3 layers, that gives corporates opportunity, decentralized currency, decentralized world through cryptocurrency and mobile money in fast-growing markets. It's an equity investment, and it's our bet in the next wave of consumer innovation. So the most important one, Helium as a strategic investment is the closest to our infrastructure build-out business. We carriers build out infrastructure centrally, which means there is one entity building out infrastructure. Well, with Helium, this is decentralized. Everyone here in the room can buy Helium hotspots connected to their own landline. Then you're becoming part of the fastest growing LoRaWAN network. And after the FreedomFi acquisition, also 5G out there. And you're being incentivized by tokens, meaning you'll earn tokens by doing that. Personally, I have one hotspot in the office and proud to be part of the People's Network. So this is the last slide. I should tell you that Deutsche Telekom has been extremely proactive compared to the other telcos in getting started, which I personally believe is very important in the space. So watch the space and Deutsche Telekom and T-Mobile. There is more to come. Thank you.
He's just going to go do it. We don't
I'm going to do it.
Do we have another slide? Yeah.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you. It's Frank again. I know. I'm going to speak loudly because I heard it was tough to hear with all the background noise. So first of all, I apologize for that. We didn't actually think about that. So next time at the next Helium house, we won't do that. But I don't. So we're learning. So we'll try to figure this out as we go. So thank you for really being part of this journey. So I want to really thank all the Hotspot hosts here, as well as those online watching. Thank you so much for believing in us from the very beginning. In case you didn't know, guys, especially people that are starting your own business, like it was hard selling Hotspots. I think on day one, internally, we were taking bets. Like, how many Hotspots do you think we'll sell? Gosh, we're so cool. Thousands, right? I think Mark Phillips of theirs, I think he said, oh, we're going to sell 1,000. And I was like, oh, we're going to sell like 10,000. I think we literally sold 150, maybe less. That was on day one. And so you can imagine, like, with the expectation and build up, like over a year and a half of just building the tech. And then when you launch the store, you sell like 150. We were kind of disappointed. But thank God for you guys, all of you in the community, for believing in us. Because certainly in the beginning, more people didn't believe us than those that did. And I get it, being empathetic, like you got to be skeptical. It's not always obvious what this new technology could do. And of course, you're surrounded by just a lot of noise and a lot of people trying to scam you or trick you. And so it was hard to break through that noise. But with the community's help, we were able to do that. And I think today, I want to make sure for those that are newer to the ecosystem, you understand where we're coming from. You understand the purpose. Amir provided that context, which I hope is helpful for all of you. You also heard from a lot of the IoT makers, manufacturers, our partners out there like Moso Labs, innovating on the 5G side. We've got some partners that were with us from the beginning, from Rack Wireless, Bobcat, and sensor manufacturers like Seed, and other partners out there building really cool technology that's adjacent to what we do, like Hive Mapper, Demo, that leverages the network, but also adds tremendous value with what they're trying to provide. So I would just say, like, as you think about your business and as you think about how you can leverage this massive network that's now, 180 countries, 70,000 plus cities, really think about how you can add value and what you could do to build a network. And in the early days, it's hard. And trying to sell it online is hard. You're going to have to learn what you need to do, who your target customers are, and how to get there. But don't be afraid. You can do it. Because we didn't know what was going to happen, for sure. I wish I could say we planned it all out. This is exactly as we have planned it, but it certainly isn't. And so I would say the IoT side is growing. It's going to continue to grow. We're really excited for it. And we're lucky to have partners. I mentioned new partners like Senet, who was up here, who I think they're a perfect, complement to what we do. We've created a massive network for a company like Senet to leverage, and that's huge. And there's literally hundreds of others like Senet that can use the Helium network as well as an extension of their own mission. And so I think that's really where we feel very comfortable as a group that started this Helium network technology, with your help building the network, and now with your help really building out the usage and ecosystem. That's crucial. And that's something that Amir and I and the rest of the team at Nova Labs now, we've been really thinking about, is how do you get that usage up? How do you get the data credits going? How do you get, not like thousands of sensors, but how do you get usage in the form of millions of devices? And that's why 5G, cellular, LTE is so attractive to us. Because we believe if we can get millions of users to use their phones on top of the Helium network, that creates a massive usage of data credits that's burning HNT. And that, to us, is part of that key. Not just build a 5G network, but getting users to use it simultaneously. So that's the move forward plan, guys. And that's where the value comes, and that's, I think, how we all create more value to the entire ecosystem. So the takeaway for you guys, right, is definitely vote. on the Solana HIP 70 issue. So vote on that proposal. It's up to you. It's in your hands. So don't forget to vote those online. Heliumvote.com. That's number one. Number two, if you are a believer in what we do and you want to try the actual cell phone subscription piece, go to Helium, go to hellohelium.com. hellohelium.com, read through the stuff, sign up for the wait list, be one of the first to really test it out with us. We're definitely going to look for alpha and beta users for that. And the key in that, when you get into the realm of phone usage, like customer experience, no downtime, when you need that phone in case of an emergency, it's got to work. So we're not dealing with just IoT sensors, we're dealing with people's lives. So for us, that user experience is super important, and that partnership with T-Mobile is super important for us. We need to have support from a macro network, and that's where that comes in. So definitely vote, HIP 70, check out hellohelium.com, sign up if you want to join the journey with us, help us build the network as well as use the network. And the last thing is, the party's not over. We're going to a bar called Jungle Bird. Jungle Bird? Yeah? Jungle Bird. It's on like West 18th Street, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Somewhere around here. It's within a block. So head to Jungle Bird, free drinks, live music at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. Don't go now. Go at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. And I blanked. What else am I supposed to say? That it? Cut me off? Thank you. I'm getting cut off. Thank you very much, guys.